So, I was looking for the games, and I make the same mistake every year. I always get it in my head about, okay, here's how much you need to get for a beef tenderloin for that many people. And I forget to convert the pound to 16 ounces, not 12 ounces. My mind is going on 12 ounces. Yeah, it's a mistake. So a guy shows me this really nice 6-pound beef tenderloin that's already been trimmed. I just need him to tie it up. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to be enough. Because there are 3 people that like their beef well done. Why don't you make 3 fillets as well? And okay. And then I get home, and then what did I just do? I have this massive 6-pound, which is 96 ounces, which would have been more than enough for everybody. It's so big I had to cut it in 2 anyway. And then I have these 3 other fillets. So needless to say, there was plenty left over. I enjoyed leftovers, gave a bunch to my mom, offered to my brother, or whatever. I cooked it. Like I should say, I did cook it, but anyway. You know what's so great is it's so on brand for you. Somebody on Twitch, settled out Beavis, posted too much meat because and you asked me, which one of your acquaintances? When you're scared, too much meat because of that, you would have had the number 1 choice now. This guy would look out. It was okay. It was much better. Staying, certainly a lot, but people were out of my house by, I think, by 9 o'clock, maybe 8:30, so it worked out. It made a crowd as well. It was so crowded. Every day where you could get on crowd, it's just you. Something to happen. You know how I'll explain it later in the show. But it's just one of those like, oh, you got to be kidding me. It was working. Okay, so look, that's a disappointment. That's sort of into yesterday's game. For the 60-minute football game, I enjoyed the outcome. I don't think the draft is all that important. Those who are asking, yes, we will do a mock draft. I know that every time the Lions lost like the last month, every time the Lions lost the last month, our inbox was flooded with mock draft season. We see pretty much today, we have first one. As the Lions are in the playoffs, as everybody knows. And yeah. So we'll do it. We will do it today, probably later this hour. But overall, I mean, yesterday was an example of how good is it good. I mean, your team has played well. The Bears wanted to win. They were motivated. And seeding was in play here. And at the end of the day, it just goes down as a frustrating season because they're not in the play because they could beat the Vikings twice. And they finished in last place. And it's what it is. It looks like I don't think anyone's in a hot seat necessarily. But no, but I do think this. I think after you go through a season like they've gone through, it was similar to last year with the injuries, but the 6-win differential is massive. I think that nobody's on the hot seat, but I think it's safe to say that it's over. Now we're in marriage, and then marriage is working. And I'm not mad. Like I shouldn't say about that. I am mad and I'm frustrated with the season. I'm still happy with Holmes and Campbell joining the team. I wonder, I think that there's a predisposition to Detroit until they are standing on the bottom top, which may or may not happen. At every point in our lives, but we are hopeful that it will happen under this regime. Until they are standing on the mountaintop, I think there's a predisposition in Detroit to believe it's not going to work out. It's just not. level. We love to get excited, but we also are quick to hit the ejector seat on hopes because it never has worked out. We don't know what it's like to be a good team. And I wonder if fans, when they had those bad seasons in Philly, I guess fans are prone to it. There's a lot of people that overreact to things, but Philly, Kansas City, probably because they're used to winning when they have down seasons and miss the playoffs like Philly has had in the past, like Kansas City has had. Are they as quick to hit the ejector button as we are in Detroit, or is it just part of, and I'm not, it's part of our DNA. It truly is. Like, this is one of the reasons why I say fans have every right to feel they want to play the way they want to feel. It's because we react to our own individual expectations and experiences. And our experiences in Detroit with the Patriots and Lions, there might be some good stuff and some stuff to get excited about, but in the end, it's not going to work out. And I don't think there's reason to think that the window's closing. But this is a huge offseason. And they have work to do. And I think they just need a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They need some free agent signings with significance. They need help on the draft. And they need guys from the last couple of drafts to develop.
That they need a lot of, and they also need to know what guys are going to.
We will get to how you address what the problems are and how you address them. And we ask you the same question. What are the problems and how do you address them? 248-539-9797. Also Monday, Chandler Chop, first one of the new year. We should be singled out for having the best weekend. We should call that for having a weekend mistakes. By our Chandler Chop nominations coming up today at 10:35. The one news right now, we finally have the votes posted on our website on Tuesday. Who the people select as Chandler and Chop of the weekend? Carson Anderson here, 97.
Every home service job is another piece of paper. Quotes, Oasis checks, 2 miles up past. Before you know it, you're spending more time sorting than getting work done. Jobber keeps everything in one place, from quotes to payments, so nothing gets lost. Businesses using Jobber grow an average of 44% in their first year and get paid 4 times faster than checks. Less paper, more profit. Start a free trial today at jobber.com.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Researchers at Houston Methodist Hospital developed a groundbreaking new optogenetic modulation protocol to selectively control brain circuits involved in attention, perception, and decision-making. This novel technique offers a practical roadmap to study how distant brain regions communicate using light-sensitive gene delivery and targeted neuromodulation, a major step toward developing treatments for conditions like ADHD, sleep disorders, and stroke recovery. Learn more at houstonmethodist.org.
But forget about it, and suddenly it's expired in 2012. And fortunately, your switch is going on. It's like about $900 for car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
You want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Have you ever thought about living in the great state of Maine after military service? Maine has great schools, low crime, lots of outdoor space, and no tax on military pensions. Maine also has an abundance of employers looking to hire military talent. Boots to Roots is a nonprofit that assists active duty military, veterans, and military spouses find meaningful work and put down roots in Maine. If you have 6 to 18 months before transition and you want to find out more about living and working in Maine, visit boots2roots.org. That's boots, the number 2, roots.org. We ask parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning we were family. They showcased the sense of love that I never had. I I mean, he's not like, at the end of the day, it's all worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is Richard Deitch, the host of the Sports Media Podcast. If you're interested in what's happening with all the places where you consume sports, the Sports Media Podcast has you covered.
I've been turning down interviews all over. Dakota Coffee reached out, George Stephanopoulos. So I said no. I was booked on the Deitch Podcast before the Taylor Swift phenomenon. I must live up to my responsibility.
Listen wherever you get your podcasts. I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Miami Heat tonight at 6:35 on News Radio 950 WJ.
Got a text from Cindy and said, if it moderately satisfied, why swept the Bears? And I said in most modern ways, in the most modern ways, I don't particularly care about. I mean, it's a battle, there's a war. Yeah, they won the battles with the Bears, but they lost them. So, if it's satisfying, you always sweep the Bears. Again, it's up to the individual, I'd say, in the most modern ways. You know what it does? It nullifies. If it gone the other way, there'd be a lot more Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell suffer and they're in trouble moving forward. The great thing is that it's Minnesota. It's suffer right now.
Yeah, well, this year, I mean, last year, Minnesota had this incredible record. The Lions beat them both times. But I hear what you're saying. For me, of course, I'm disappointed they didn't make the playoffs. That's first and foremost, and that's always going to be there. If I can look for things to be satisfied with, I mean, that's I don't know if that's the right word or what, but yeah, I love the fact that they beat Ben Johnson not once but twice. I love that they beat Ben Johnson in the last game of the year when Chicago was playing at home and they were all chesty and overconfident and thought they had this thing in the bag. And you look at the Lions offensive line and you're like, who's playing right tackle? Who that? Along with the tight ends and bringing in a great man if you saw number 40 as a fullback. Who that was? I don't know. I mean, this is what they're playing. They have this Houston and the secondary and all that. And what the Lions do, they bumped the net. They got tough. And they were shutting out the Bears in the fourth quarter. And then they ended up winning the game on the game-winning field goal. It was a satisfying moment. Maybe that's the way to look at it. Is it the moment in time that, look, I don't really care if they missed out on the 15th overall pick in the draft because they won the game and now they're picking 17. I don't care about that. It doesn't seem particularly. Maybe I would if there was just one player they absolutely needed and they had to move up his size. No, this team has lots of holes. They'll find a player they like quite a lot at 17. I'm not concerned about that. I'm bummed they didn't make the playoffs. But that moment in time, I'll enjoy beating Ben Johnson. I expressed last week, I'm not a Ben Johnson fan because he left the fold. And I understand why he left. Go get the job, my man. Yeah, absolutely. But you took the Chicago job. Take the Washington job. Take the Carolina job. Those were jobs go ahead and take. Not the Bears job. That is personal and irrational, and you know it. Yeah, 100%. Okay, fair enough. I'm totally fine with it. And fine with saying it. So I enjoyed beating smug Ben Johnson, and that's what's going to be the rest of my life. Smug Ben Johnson, who everybody thought, there goes the offense because it's Ben Johnson. No. Dan Campbell's offense, Ben Johnson tweaked it, made it his own, but it was still Dan Campbell's offense. And what'd you do? How many points did you score against Dan Campbell's beat up defense? Oh, 16 points. Nice job. What happened? Oh, no wins. Oh, did you put 52 to him the first time around? Okay, they're enjoying this. Well, Ken Johnson. They're enjoying this way more than I expected. Yeah, that's what we're used to. With your shirt off and dance in the locker, whatever, David, get out of here. I'm so glad. There's one. Is it possible they could have carried Ben Johnson off on their shoulders or being the line? I mean, just go away. So I don't you lose in the first round of the playoffs. I'll be embarrassed of the frozen tundra that out there on the boat. You're not playing Lambeau Field, you're playing at Soldier Field. It's still going to be cold out there, but they got the Packers, right? Yes, okay. I hope the Packers smoke the Bears, is what I hope. Yeah, I root for the Packers. How about that? Wow. Bitterness has come out here. Oh, there's a bitter Packers. Oh, I'm bitter. Hell yeah, I'm bitter.
Okay. So what are the needs and how do they fill them? I guess we start with there is clearly a need for an offensive coordinator. And, going out and taking that off Dan Campbell's plate. I know that Dan Campbell, twice now he's taken over play calling duties in his tenure in Detroit. And you could say that he got two of his offensive coordinator hires wrong. And he got one of them really right. And this is a critical thing moving forward, is getting a good offensive coordinator that can take advantage of all the weapons the Lions have. And it feels like, and I don't have the data in front of me, getting the ball to J-Mo was the thing. Getting the ball to J-Mo, getting the football to J-Mo. Now that did coincide with the loss of Laporta. Didn't completely coincide, but as the season went on, J-Mo became a bigger part of the offense. Obviously, Amon-Ra will continue to be expected to be. But, they got to get that off the Campbell's plate. And, getting that hire correct is a big deal. It's a huge deal with this offseason. And we won't know it's correct. We won't know if it's correct for quite some time. Like with hires, people either like to predict failure, and I'm talking about hires at all levels, whether it's manager in baseball or college football coach or an offensive coordinator. But right away, and understandably so, people start to predict success of failure based on the hire. And at the end of the day, it's impossible. You just don't know. Until that guy gets into the moment, into the battles of the wars, and see how they respond. But getting a good offensive coordinator is a huge part of this offseason.
Yeah, I think it's big. To your point, you look at the targets they had from the Washington game on. So that's when they had lost. It was you talked about Jameson Williams. So after they lost to the Vikings the first time, they played 9 games the rest of the way. And starting with that Washington win, Jameson Williams had 7 targets and caught 6 passes for 119 yards. He had 66 targets from that moment on in the final 9 games. So you look at his total targets are 17 games, was 102. Yeah, a little bit of an uptick. His numbers year to year are slightly better, but he played 2 more games this year than he did last year. But it was basically the same season he had last year as what he had this year. He averaged almost 17.3 last year, 17.2 per reception this year. Both years he had 7 touchdowns. Last year, 58 receptions. This year jumps to 65, but again, 2 more games to do it. And he had almost more than 100 yards receiving as well. I think it's maybe how they use him, but I felt like, to your point, in the second half, they did get to a little bit more. And watching yesterday's game, he looked like, that's option 2. That's this novelty guy who's a speed guy who gets the ball 45 times a year and has 25 yards. That's what average. He's supposed to make the drop one. Yeah, he dropped one. It's always, it feels like this is always going to be a work in progress because he's not really polished yet, which is also exciting. He's not really polished yet. And he's got all its ability, and he's getting better. I really like Jameson Williams.
So, the early candidates for offensive coordinator, you look at, any fired head coaches that are probably not going to get recycled with the head coaching bin. Probably not, or they might. They'll look for head coaching jobs for guys with offensive backgrounds. Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland from the Gable with the Giants, wouldn't be landed anywhere yet. And Lance Raheem Morris, their offensive coordinator, was with the Rams, and that's there with Jared Goff. And also won a Super Bowl with the Rams. When Matthew Stafford, he was in the Atlanta offensive coordinator this year, and Zach Robinson. What would be the top guys to go get? There are some guys out there that you can identify and go after. But play calling innings off of a Yankees plate. When you watch Taylor Decker speak after the game yesterday,
For the audio of it, it's awfully, it's emotional for him. And he says he's going to take it. He can't put a timeline on it. Maybe a couple months. Wants to talk it over with his family and see where he is medically at that point as well. But I mean, he's been dealing with a lot. And I mean, it was just a laundry list of things that he had to do this year just to get on the field. Which you hear these stories about players, what they have to do, and it's like, oh my God, that's amazing. And he's with 10 years in this league, been an outstanding left back in this league during that time. And he's a great career. And he comes back even better in the season this year. But they figure that out. They figure out all these points, all this happened this year, and it can't develop. All right. We saw source of work Giovanni Bonding. She is worth it. This is worth it. The starter is back with the phone. There's players who like that. Which is a advantage to get for a second straight year.
Early on Verbo and pay over $530 on legal loan stays. $550 select year.
Online at type along with 35 field day degree. January 7th.
But USDA Forest Service, your state Forest Service.
I'm pretty that's here. And you want oh my God. It's one of the big
Still drive this one. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Check yellow light and
like your working professional just speak. My job skills $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Network.
Edmondson cuts out in front with a big The Detroit Red Wings play the Ottawa Senators. Weekend tonight at 7:15 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Scott Anderson, 97.1. Happy New Year, everybody. 248-539-9797. I have our first mock draft coming up a little bit later on. And look, it's a sad end to the NFL season. I mean, cool, the Lions beat the Bears yesterday. Gator took a certain sense of satisfaction in that. Kang, what were your emotions watching that game and watching him beat Ben Johnson for a second time?
I mean, I wanted to win, but it just felt like kind of like nothing to me. You know, I was happy they won, but it wasn't like glorious. I didn't pump my fist. I'm glad they showed effort. I'm glad I always want to beat the Bears. And with the draft position, I agree with you there, Gator. I don't care about the draft position, the 2 slots or whatever it is. I think Brad Holmes and the front office, I trust them to find the right guy. And if they have to move up a couple spots, they will. So the draft position didn't matter to me, especially where we are with this organization. It's all about, do you have the right culture? And clearly, with the core nucleus, they do have the right culture. Now you got to fit in a lot of other pieces right now to get them to the next level and the next step. But overall, watching it was weird. I actually like Ben Johnson, so I kind of feel the opposite of Gator. I have no problem with Ben Johnson. It is what it is. I'd rather be in their position than us right now. But here we are, and we're trying to figure out how do we get back to where we were, right?
Yeah, they've kind of had a charm season, and the Lions had some of that in the past too. And by that I mean turnovers. You create many of them, of course, and sometimes your opponent creates them for you, and the Bears were plus 22 or whatever it was in a year, and come from behind. Yesterday they almost had another one. And those things, you know, when it's crunch time, they came through. And the Lions have done a lot of that. But as we see and we know, sometimes you fly close to the sun when you shouldn't, and it costs you, and it cost the Lions this year.
Every game, it seems like to be like 2 or 3 plays during that game that can change the outcome.
Yep.
And if you don't come through on those plays, you end up not making the playoffs. And if you do, you end up maybe winning the division, right? Or the Vikings last year somehow won 14 games. No one thought they were really that good, but they made those plays when it mattered, and the Lions didn't do that this year. So at the moment, I was happy they won, guys. But after that settled, it went back to sadness because it's just another year the Lions do not make the Super Bowl. And I'm just so... You think you would get used to it, but you don't once you've tasted some success.
Right,
you know, and we've tasted success, and now it's just another year that we don't go make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Every year.
At least it's a 9-8 record. It's a winning record, so I can still, shout down anybody who wants to throw 3 letters in your face, and I don't ever want to get back to that space. I just don't. Dan Campbell talked about it last week, that what they went through after the Vikings game, that they hit rock bottom. Well, if rock bottom is 9-8, okay. I'm glad that they accept that that's rock bottom, because that means that missing the playoffs is inexcusable. You can't do that. You can't miss the playoffs. It is a tough league, but this team is built to thrive. And they still have a huge, I agree with Campbell, what he said yesterday after yesterday's game, that we still have a great nucleus. I agree. They have a great nucleus of players. But they do have a lot of unknowns going into the offseason, particularly with the offensive line and the secondary, that they're going to have to find ways to fix. You can't just rely on in-house fixes. Now they're really up against it with the cap as well. They're going to have some contracts restructured to free up cap space, but I trust they know how to do that. But it's still, like I said earlier when we talked about, you said, is anybody on the hot seat? I said, nobody's on the hot seat, and you agreed that nobody's on the hot seat. However, I do think the honeymoon period is over. It's time for these guys, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, to get together and like they would any offseason, but they've got some work to do. It's a marriage, and marriage is work. And the first steps towards that work is looking at the offseason and saying, okay, we need to identify specifically what's wrong, because we can do coach speak after a game. Players can talk about it. Players speak after a game. Oh, we didn't execute. Well, we didn't play complimentary football, and whatever cliche they want to use, which understandably is correct to say you didn't execute, but you have to know why you didn't execute. What was the misexecution? Identify that, extract it, and then go ahead and find the guys that can execute, or find a way to get it across that this is how you do it.
Okay, 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. It's time for ours. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Gator, I will start. My Champ of the weekend is, well, Jared Goff, good on you, Q. Nothing to play for, and he's out there balling. I'm not a big Goff fan, and I'm not a big Goff fan, says this person. Chump Ben Johnson because LOL, LOL, LOL. Unnamed texter, it was Kirk Signetti for putting Alabama in its place. My chump is the Red Wings for losing twice to Pittsburgh. Disappointing. That was a smothering on Saturday. That was very disappointing.
I'd say they didn't come to play.
It was really, really, I mean,
Newton's start was that. I don't want to look for an excuse.
Both teams had the same start time, and the Red Wings had no shots.
12 shots in the game. It was brutal.
Champ is Jake Bates. Chump is Dan Campbell. See what happens when you take the points. That's from Tom in a work truck. Tom, Champ and Chump of the weekend. He took the points. I'm surprised you're chumping him for doing what apparently you want him to do more of. It's Champ and Chump of the weekend.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised to get those first two drives. Oh my God, were those two great drives?
Yes.
Unfortunately, they don't finish with a touchdown, but they ate up so much time.
My champ is Math because Math. Did you text one in?
I did not.
Okay.
But it makes
no,
sense.
this is signed. Kevin in a car. My champ is Math because Math. My chump is the Red Wings for forgetting how to play hockey against Pittsburgh. My champ is the Pistons beating a good Cavs team. My chump is Kelvin Shepard. Took 17 games to realize he needed to run more zone coverage. Phoenix. Yeah, Tom Brady said midway through the third quarter, they hadn't played one snap of man coverage, which is pretty amazing. This is Ray and Romulus. Ray writes in, my champ is Ole Miss Ferris Bueller transfer Trinidad Chambliss advancing to the semifinals this week. My jump is Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt quarterback. Show a little class. That's a lingering one because he's probably going back to the Heisman vote.
There's that. Oh, did they? I'm sorry. Did they lose their bowl game too?
Yes, they did.
To who?
A Big Ten team.
Oh, yeah.
An SEC team lost in the postseason. Well, wait, many of them are.
It sucks too because Vanderbilt's a great story, but Pavia came across as such a canoe.
God, that was weird.
That I had no rooting interest for him at all.
He went from being, I think, somebody that everyone was behind and enjoyed and kind of bravo to being unlikable instantly.
Doug, I know you have a vote. I saw some voters actually express regret for voting for him.
Well, who like that? You shouldn't.
I know, but they said it. I mean, everyone does their own thing with their vote, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you always pick the wrong guy. So
it's not a quiz. It's not the.
I know. But you're always wrong.
Yeah, always. Of course, that shouldn't surprise anybody. Scott writes in, my champ is Trinidad Chambliss. Boy, that Ole Miss Georgia game was awesome. Wildly entertaining.
I mean, that's much for Georgia. Jimmy.
No, as far as college football playoff games, Michigan Alabama has been cited as one of the best semifinals of all time prior to the championship game. This one is every bit as good. Jump is defensive players who make stops on fourth down and then signal fourth down. It's not fourth down again. It's funny. Defensive players do this all the time. If they get a stop, they hold up the fist, which is a ref's way of saying it's fourth down. If it's 2nd and 1 and they get a stop, a lot of them hold up the fist and like third down. Or if it's fourth down, you don't hold up the fist. You point the other direction, man.
There you go.
It's your ball.
I think maybe you should teach that in training camps.
I mean, it's completely irrelevant.
No, I think that's something that should be taught in training camp.
Hey, guys.
One last thing, so we don't look like fools on TV, all right? This is a 30-second tutorial. This.
Yeah. First down us.
Not this.
First down us. Average 20-25 ball dash predictions. We'll get to those in 11:05. Some of you, really good ball dash predictions. One of us got one exactly right, which was kind of bold. And another one really, really close. And maybe right. But we will, and another one not as good. But Kang had one bold ass prediction, and it was spot on. Again, we'll get to it today at 11:05. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Welcome to your guided break, sponsored by Jobber. Breathe in. Breathe out. The phone is quiet. Your crew's out fixing, mowing, wiring, installing. Payments are rolling in. That's peace of mind with Jobber. Start your free trial at jobber.com.
Researchers at Houston Methodist Hospital have developed a groundbreaking new optogenetic modulation protocol to selectively control brain circuits involved in attention, perception, and decision-making. This novel technique offers a practical roadmap to study how distant brain regions communicate using light-sensitive gene delivery and targeted neuromodulation, a major step toward developing treatments for conditions like ADHD, sleep disorders, and stroke recovery. Learn more at houstonmethodist.org.
We've all been there. You hold on to the coupon but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired.
Expired in 2012.
Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the misfits, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the biggest rule breakers in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about the wildest moments, toughest lessons, and why breaking the rules might just be the key to success. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya and Odyssey podcasts available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear sent him.
First, drown it with a bucket of water. Then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Thank you, Dad.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
On the ticket, we'd like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text message rates apply.
here. On a shopping spree. 2 wagons.
But I know it's hard.
during the draft. Arvell Reese is really good at Ohio State as well. And Ruben Bain and David Bailey, those are the guys that I really kind of focus on. I'd love to have any of those guys, and I wouldn't expect anything to be.
The writer who did this said regarding Caleb Downs, arguably pound for pound the best football player in this draft class. Downs is literally a do-everything defensive back who should be able to change a culture immediately. Add a prospect like this, and the Saints could be a surprise club next season. Immediate impact kind of guy.
He's like a Derwin James type.
You know, the good news is he goes at 8 and not 50. Right? Because if he went at 15, the cost, right? The cost, I think you're right about Bain and Bailey, the edge rushers from Miami and Texas Tech. But here is who's on the board. You are the GM. Think about which of these guys you would take. Cornerback, Mansour Delane, LSU, still on the board. Tackle, Caden Proctor, Alabama, still on the board. Edge rusher, TJ Parker, Clemson, still on the board. Interior offensive lineman, Emmanuel Pregnon, Oregon, still on the board. Defensive tackle, Amari Washington, Oregon, still on the board. And safety, Dylan Thieneman, Oregon, transfer from Purdue, people might remember him, still on the board. So here's how this works. One of those 6 names actually is the main. So the question at 248-539-9797 is, which of those 6 would you take? Text us right now at 248-539-9797. Tally up the votes. See who the people want the most.
See those names again.
Quarterback Mansour Delane from LSU. Tackle Caden Proctor from Alabama. Edge rusher TJ Parker from Clemson. Interior offensive lineman Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon. Defensive tackle Amari Washington from Oregon. Safety Dylan Thieneman from Oregon. Not an Oregon Ducks there. 248-539-9797. Tell us which one of those players you would select at 17 when the pick comes in. We will get to Gators' pick. Okay, we'll take your pick as well at 12:31. We'll read a bunch of texts. We'll have our pick. My pick, I should say. All that coming up next. We'll look at the mock draft for the first time. If it goes down this way, what would you do? It is Martian Anderson. You're on 97.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired. Expired in 2012. Dang it. Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Have you ever thought about living in the great state of Maine after military service? Maine has great schools, low crime, lots of outdoor space, and no tax on military pensions. Maine also has an abundance of employers looking to hire military talent. Boots to Roots is a nonprofit that assists active duty military, veterans, and military spouses find meaningful work and put down roots in Maine. If you have 6 to 18 months before transition and you want to find out more about living and working in Maine, visit boots2roots.org. That's boots, the number 2, roots.org.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of The Preamble. Listen, I know you're dealing with a lot, and it's even harder to do it when the world around you feels chaotic. But I'm here to help. Each week, my expert guests and I slow things down to talk about the stories shaping our world, what's really happening behind the headlines, why it matters, how it all connects. And if you're ready for real understanding and maybe even a little bit of hope, follow and listen to The Preamble wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Thank you, Dad.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Raise your hand if you knew who Hubbard was. I mean, they can't go that deep. Again, the offensive line is so important to this team, and I'd love to fill out every position, but you only get one pick in the first round. As of right now, I'm going with Proctor. He's not my number one tackle, though, but if he's the best one available, that's what I do.
Okay, for me, the pick is in. With the 17th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select defensive tackle Amari Washington from Oregon. So, a couple things about this. This draft is shaped, and this pick right now is shaped with the idea that Taylor Decker is still the right tackle. And I'm going to accept that the center position is going to get addressed in free agency because I would rather have a veteran center than a rookie center. In fact, as I look at off-season priorities, that is the number one priority, is to go get a veteran center. Now, there's one out there that's going to cost, an arm and a leg, and everybody is going to want, and that is Linderbaum from Baltimore. But if you can get him, fantastic. I mean, fantastic. That would be a home run free agent signing. If you can't get him, I'm sorry, I don't want to have a rookie center. I mean, unless you got somebody you know is going to wear a gold jacket someday, and you think he's going to be great right out of the gate. In there. So I'm passing on the interior offensive lineman. I'm rolling the dice with Taylor Decker, which of course could change, but for now, as far as we know, he's the right tackle. You can't go high resource with every position, which means if you can afford him, El-Quadin Muhammad might be your edge rusher the opposite side, a double-digit sack guy this year. So that brings me down to Thieneman, the safety, and Washington. Amari Washington, my pick. I love Amari Washington's game. He is an absolute beast who can run as a defensive tackle. He's got great size and strength. And so I'm working the odds here a little bit at roster management. Sure. That's why I'm going to go with Amari Washington, the defensive tackle from Oregon.
Yeah, there's one thing you said that I totally agree with, and that is when it comes to center, I want a veteran.
Yep.
And if they're able to somehow find a, first of all, Linderbaum has to become Linderbaum or Linderman? Tyler.
Yes.
He has to be Linderbaum. Linderbaum has to be available. And I don't know if Baltimore is going to sign him long term or not, but they have first crack at doing so. But if he hits the free agent market, then the guys who are in charge of the salary cap for the Lions have got to do everything in their power to manipulate that cap as much as they can and sign this guy, because I want the veteran. On the offensive line, there are known commodities. Those are NFL players. The unknown are the college guys. And yeah, I took Caden Proctor with my pick at left tackle. I feel good about that, but it's coupled with an offseason signing in free agency to get a center on this team. It makes all the sense in the world. I think there's a couple other centers, though nowhere near as talented as Linderbaum. But that's where my head is as well. I'm looking at free agency to fix at least one of the spots they have in the offensive.
Now, the Ravens, before they let Mark Andrews get to free agency, before they let Travis Jones get to free agency, they signed new deals in the week leading up to free agency. So I think we're going to be watching this Tyler Linderbaum situation as closely as we can. But, you know, the exercise of doing this isn't because we think this mock draft, which was published on The Athletic by Nick Baumgartner, is going to be exactly what's going to happen.
No, this is
why we'll do
1.0 from Nick. Yeah.
This is why we'll do a million of these between now and the draft, is if this is how it plays itself out, what is your logic and who would you go get? 248-539-9797. If you want to comment on this, give what your strategy might be. We go to Dean in Windsor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dean.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
All right, Dean.
I would love to get Ruben Bain from the Miami Hurricanes.
Yep.
Him opposite of Hutch, that'd be unstoppable.
Well, there are a couple things about that. One is in this mock draft, he was off the board at 12 to Dallas. Yeah. So it would be a trade-up scenario. I mean,
I would love that.
Do you think the Lions truly have a problem rushing the quarterback right now?
No, yes. Okay, no and yes.
No, I want to hear why. I'm interested. Yeah.
So when everybody's healthy, they have no problem getting to the quarterback. They were alleviating the pressure off the punch. He wasn't getting double teamed as much. It was opening him up. Muhammad was playing phenomenal this year. The injuries kept just delaying everything. And then, obviously, we do need offensive tackle. I love Proctor. I'm a huge fan of that one. But I don't know. I think Holmes is going to be up to something. Let him cook at the draft. Go get that center. I would just love to have all that.
Well, you'd love to be able to use all your top resources to go get top players.
Of course. My first real take on this, I know we just did the mock draft and the players, you narrow it down to 6 and we go with it. My first real take on this is that I think they trade back, try to get more draft capital. I'm not sure how many true difference makers there are in this draft where you absolutely have to stay where you're at. I think there might be a lot of good players, maybe not great players. So add more good because you can't get to the great. And I think that's probably, in my mind, that's what I think Brad Holmes is going to do.
Well, I suspect Brad Holmes, whoever he takes, will take the best player available. Like all of us, we all discuss need. And, it's funny, Kang, because you nailed 2 picks last year based solely on best player available and what would feel like the most Holmesian move. You were right, and it was awesome. But at the end of the day, I still think we do something that Brad Holmes almost never does. I think he gets specific with needs in free agency, and then he just takes talent in the draft. I kind of hope he crystallizes a little bit more based upon this season's, being what it was, because it was not what he would want or what anybody would want it to be. The Lions finished. You had the sack numbers up earlier. Did they finish third? Fourth in sacks
in the NFL. Yes,
they were top half in pressure percentage. So that pressures are an important stat, but pressure percentage is how often do you put, out of 100 dropbacks, how many times are you in the quarterback's face? They were at 22.4%, which is top half in the league. Number 1 was Denver at 29.7%. So it's not a problem, but it's also not the best it could be. And our guy called up and said, that would be unstoppable. It's attractive to get that.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring edge rusher. I've identified a couple guys I'd like to have later in the draft, and we'll get to in weeks to come. But for this purpose, I'm not looking at an edge rusher in that 17th pick, unless, say, Bain becomes available. Yes. If Bailey is available, yes. But looking at the Lions' issues, not necessarily getting home to the quarterback is one of them. However, passing was the problem. They were 18th in the NFL in passer rating against, with a 92.5 passer rating against. It's not good enough. This is with a team that the year before did a much better job, particularly in the second half of the season. They were outstanding, but this year, not so much. And I think it's obvious why it's so much attrition with the injuries. Your safeties go out. You have Kirk Joseph in 5 games, and then Brian Branch misses the last 4 games or whatever it was, and the corners are in and out, and you've got backups to the backups. So it's a disaster out there, and that's an easy area to improve on if they can stay up.
We didn't tell you who Baumgartner took, did we?
Not.
Okay, let's get to that at 12:46. 248-539-9797. And more of your phone calls. Lions at 17. Who do they walk away with, according to one NFL insider? That is straight ahead on 97.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shaft.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
You think this one's still good? Free milk.
That expired in 1993. Fortunately, there are better ways to save money, like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
You should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to be Geico.
I'm
I'll sit through the game. Change your heart. Everything was secret school creating fun sports. Okay.
So, you like it. If more.
This is Charlene from Manoa, listening to my Decades 1079.
My dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework, but I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping.
That's what we were taught. Service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out?
If you or someone wait, reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Oh shit. Oh no. I thought that said
You adopted teens to share.
hey,
We just kind of knew from the beginning.
thought that was like $100.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had. I mean, he's not living in a parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopted.
For me. So
$17. Who do they walk away with, according to one NFL insider? That is straight ahead on 97.
Text 248-539-9797.
Coach Scott Anderson Kang behind the glass. The gang is back together again after the part from last month off. Good to be here. Happy New Year, everybody. And unfortunately, we got a season ender for the Lions yesterday. They are not advancing to the postseason. Not breaking news last week, but oh man, still potential here. But there's no question it's going to have to be a very strong offseason, and there is sense of urgency here. Will Brad Holmes operate with a sense of urgency? Which has been a fair criticism. He has never operated as this is his last kick at the can. Quite frankly, he drafted so well. The last couple of drafts haven't been as good. So can he, spin some magic this offseason? Well, he kind of better. But that's a kind of a big picture question. We just did our first look at a mock draft, and it was from the Athletic and Nick Baumgartner. 17th pick is it. There we go. So the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Caden Proctor, tackle, Alabama, which was as the most popular pick amongst the listeners when we gave you the field of 6 players that they could choose from. It was your pick. It was Kang's pick. And here's what Nick Baumgartner writes. The Lions could have needs nearly across the board on the offensive line, especially with left tackle Taylor Decker and interior lineman Graham Glasgow pondering their future. Proctor is still more sizzle than steak, but the potential, like a 6'7", 360-pound frame, is enormous. Now, if that's true, if Brad Holmes looks at him and says 6'7", 360, but he's more sizzle than steak, I don't think there's a chance in hell he will take it. But,
I would agree with that.
But you may not evaluate him that way. And you're nodding your head in the affirmative.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I mean, we all know Brad Holmes operates how he wants to operate.
Like he's going to do things with conviction, what he believes in. If he sees a player and he likes all the attributes and he kills the interview, he didn't care what they need and don't need. He's drafting talent, he didn't draft position. He's told us many times he doesn't even know what a position value is for the draft chart, right? Yeah. He's like, what are you talking about? We draft football players. So if he doesn't like him, Doug, it's more sensible to say, yeah, he's gonna move on.
I watched a lot of Alabama football this year, and I have specifically at times trained my eye on Caden Proctor. I thought he got better as the season went on, and I think he actually was really good at offensive tackle by the end of the season, despite the season being ended. I thought he played pretty well, so I'm encouraged by him very much so. And yeah, I agree with the statement too. That Kang is saying, if it's more sizzle than steak, then this is another reason I'm thinking you could trade out of 17 and trade back further and have it make more sense for you to get more draft capital that you've lost over the last several years by trading picks to move up.
Could make some sense. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Martin in West Bloomfield. What's up, Martin?
I've got a different take on it. Well, first off, Happy New Year. Glad to have you all back.
Appreciate your listening.
My take on it is to look at the draft. It works out the way it does. Free agents, you don't know who becomes available. One thing the Lions can control is to take a look at their business, like a business does. If you've got a factory plant that's constantly failing at safety, workers' comp claims, whatever. You go into it with a team and you go, what is systematically wrong here? Because there's a systemic problem when you're constantly at the top of the list of injuries. And as you guys mentioned before the break, Patricia wiped out the secondary this year.
Well, yeah, I do it every year.
Getting wiped out.
I do more Instacart than
there's a systemic problem there. Let's bring in. Granted, I'm not.
You got to order a new one.
Somebody. And so
that's
you need to go, what are you doing wrong? I like to look at the four, right?
Okay.
And also your physical plan.
Oh yeah, I do it.
The systemic problem is to be why you're always at the
I made 24 last year.
My guess is that's like,
Happy New Year.
because you can't
like that many years in a row.
Actually, you can't.
Okay, I think okay. But when you're let's say next year they're at the top of the list. So then say bad luck.
Well, I probably will because I've watched football forever and just think some years you get fortunate, some years you don't. If there is something, okay, and I don't mind them take a scrutinized look at everything they do, Mark. There's nothing wrong. In fact, they should do that with every aspect of the organization, every offseason. Okay, where were our failings? My guess is it goes back to something they're doing and identifying organizations, red flag people. That would be the only thing that would scare me. I doubt it's strength and conditioning, which is a common thing that people go to. I think their medical staff is fine. Are they?
want to see it. I don't think we've seen any video come across Twitter yet.
So there's a lot here for me to talk about. First, what a perfect topic for our show. Can you still throw a ball 50 yards?
Yep.
I mean, if Phillip Rivers can't, they took him out of the game.
And he's
For that to get turned into a caller interaction topic with that question was brilliant. Whether it was you or Kang, bravo.
Kang.
It sounds like a Kang topic. So I didn't want to take it.
And I loved it because obviously, we've got some reasons to love this stuff.
Secondly, if Bob is correct in what he says he can do, it is spectacular. Yes. Bob, if you can do that, 50 yards to two different targets, throwing two baseballs out of one hand, you will, without question, will go viral.
So then I had to help to qualify what that means. 50 yards is 150 feet. So it's like throwing from home plate to halfway down the line in left field or right field, as the case is.
If only we had a good measurement of yards. Oh, yeah. It's like throwing it from midfield of a football field to the goal.
Well, that too. That just means baseballs. I tried to make it baseball. But the other thing that Bob said was pretty impressive, and Bob trying to be low-key about this, is he said he could teach us how to do it.
Really?
Yep.
He threatened to come down here and show us, but we just said, video's fine,
Video's great. Get it out there.
Did he accidentally figure this out?
I think at one point, Gary, didn't he say he didn't even know how he could do it?
Yeah, but he said he could teach us.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you teach us how you do
it? And it didn't matter how far apart the two targets were. He would hit them no matter what.
10 feet apart, 20 feet apart, 30 yards apart. Well, I mean, I'm like, what? It's amazing. And they don't even have to move, he said. That's how accurate this guy is. Naturally, we said video.
Well, two things here. One is Bob is getting more and more impressive all the time. One of the great athletes of our time. Secondly is it's unfortunate that I'm not sure the skill is particularly useful in a professional level in any way. Because that is an incredible accomplishment. But how do you monetize it? You step like by the side of the road, come see Bob throw for $5.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously there's a way to on side bets to make money on this thing for sure. You just go on, go wherever and say it. It's like it's a barroom brag, and then somebody says you can't do that, and then you say $100 says I can do it, and then you got a bunch of people that are going to bet against you because everybody's like you can't do this. You can.
One more here. Champ Indiana blasting Alabama in the college football playoff. Chump Dan Campbell for calling a double reverse flea flicker Demo to Goff on 3rd and 1 that lost yards when ball control and time management were crucial. His play calling will continue to cost the Lions games. Get an OC pronto. What play calling and criticism of play calling is what happens. When a trick play works, you're brilliant. And when they don't work, you're an idiot. And that's the cost of calling trick plays. If they all worked, people would call them all the time. End of the day, they tried something out of the box, didn't work. Still won the game. Dan Campbell, who coached this team with nothing to play for, beat a division-leading team that had a lot to play for. But that one play call you hated, so he's your chump of the weekend. Got it. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Verbo last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can easily get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. No need for months of planning. In fact, you can't even plan Pow. Pow is on its own schedule. Thankfully, somewhere in the world All you have to do is use the last minute filter on the app to book a last minute deal on a slopeside private rental home. Book now at Verbo.com.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired.
Expired in 2012. Dang it.
Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
What's up, little psychos? I'm Investigator Slater, host of the Psychopedia podcast. Psychopedia is a true crime podcast delivering raw, real, and absolutely gripping episodes every single week. I dig deep to uncover fascinating details of heinous true crime cases while exploring criminology and psychology theories. I take you into the absolute darkest corners of the human psyche, my favorite territory, and present cases like you've never heard them before. Follow and listen to Psychopedia everywhere you get your podcasts.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
A station where your opinion matters.
Scott Anderson, things behind the glass, 248-539-9797. We took our first stab at a Carson Anderson mock draft. We'll do this a ton between now and the draft. But this was really basically the take somebody's mock draft and what will we do in this situation? This isn't the KNA 1.0.
No,
That is where we come up with a pool of players that we think will be on the board at 17. And we veto a whole bunch that just aren't allowed to be drafted at 17 because they'll be gone. And you're not getting Fernando Mendoza or likely Caleb Downs or probably not Ruben Bain or David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. But in this one, Caden Proctor, the tackle from Bama went. You like that pick. You made that your pick. Nick Baumgartner did the mock draft on the Athletic. Gang liked that pick. I went with a defensive tackle, Amari Washington out of Oregon. But it has a lot to do with what I think either is going to happen or hasn't happened yet. What I mean by that is I don't think there's any question you want a veteran center, not a rookie center, unless you really think that from day one, this is Ragnar 2.0 and those are hard to find. I think you want And Decker hasn't retired yet.
No, he said he was going to give it a month or two to really contemplate it. And I mean, he says he doesn't want to make an emotional decision because he knows what decision he make if he was based on emotion, which seems like that he wouldn't come back. There were a couple interesting things to him post game last night, and one was going through the everyday, pains of being an NFL player and what he has to go through. And then there was the part where he was, talking about his decision of what's going to happen. It's really you listen to it and you're like, all right, man, I respect the guy even more.
Here's what Taylor Decker had to say after the game yesterday.
I'm in treatment, 4 meetings every day. A lot of times during practice because I couldn't get to the point where I was able to practice a lot. And with also my PT to be able to try and just do some things to add strength and things like that. I had like 6 or 7 different types of, not different types, but different injections. Steroid injections, PRP injections, gel injections, all sorts of things like that. I see an acupuncturist a couple times a week. I try to spend 4 to 5 hours a week in the hyperbaric chamber. I try to do a red light bed every day for 20 to 30 minutes. And then I would be doing stuff at home with a direct stim machine at night after I got home to put my kids to sleep. So I'm probably up doing stuff once my kids were asleep till about 9:30. And then I gotta get to bed and I wake up at 6. Just do it all over again. But it was what was necessary and it was what I was willing to do. But it asked a lot of things.
Okay, so that's now courtesy of Colton Pasadena Athletic. That's him talking about what he went through to be on the field this year. So what's next for Taylor Decker? Here's what he had to say.
It was selfish of me, but it was what was required to fulfill the expectations of my job. So that's not something that if that's what my future is going to be to continue to play, that's not something I'm willing to do because I'm not willing to put my family through it. I'm not willing to be distant and not be a present father because your kids only live once and God willing we have more. I want to be able to play with them. I want to be able to throw the ball with them. I mean, I can't throw a football right now. What could I, given the right set of circumstances? Maybe, but I need to go through that process.
Okay. You know what that is? That is somebody that Brad Holmes needs to be with soon. By soon, I mean before the Super Bowl and before you get to the off season. And ask him, actually, I mean, get with him soon and say, hey, heard what you had to say. We're seeking clarity. And it would be good to know, have some semblance of a clue as to what your plans are before we get to the off season.
Yeah, I mean, they can. First of all, they're going to have 2 plans: one with Taylor Decker and one without Taylor Decker. They should have that idea already. But yes, it would behoove the Lions franchise if Taylor Decker would let them know prior to free agency and prior to the eve of free agency. Like they have a little bit of room there to plan once you know what the decision is. Of what's coming down the pipe. If he's deciding to hang it up, great career. Hats off to you. Thank you very much for your time. If he's coming back, awesome. You're a really good left tackle in this league. Let's run it back. Let's see what you can do. And we'll make sure we're healthy on the same page here. But they have to be prepared either way. And when free agency begins, I think it's in the second week of March, maybe, they have to know whether or not Taylor Decker's part of this. And I would hope that that's public knowledge at that point.
Listening to that doesn't sound like right now he's leaning towards coming back.
No, which is why he said,
I got to let some time.
Yeah, I don't want to be emotional about it because I know where I am if it's emotional. So,
because honestly, what you get down to is in the immediate wake of disappointment, you could make rash decisions or sound like you're about to make a decision that over time it's quite possible that things settle down, right?
Yeah. And Dan Skipper's in a similar boat. after the game. He was talking with reporters afterwards. Said this might be my last go round because he's dealing with lower back issues. He's going to have to meet with doctors and find out what it is. But I mean, he really kind of seemed resigned to think that his career could be over with, and it might be over. And you hate to see careers come to end because of injuries. You'd like to see these guys go out on their own terms, but it doesn't always work out that way. In fact, it rarely does. And Skipper's been a very nice backup for this team for years, become a bit of a cult hero. Number 70 is reporting is eligible, and people go nuts. But yeah, that's just so it's a depth piece they may have to replace, and they could be replacing 2 tackles on this roster. And I don't think it surprises anybody at this point. But it would crank up the sense of urgency to fix this. It's a different way to fix the offensive line. I think people have been hinting at they may have to replace Decker. Decker may retire, and now it's really out there. It's a strong possibility that he's not going to be on this team. So you look at free agency and see if is there a tackle available that makes sense. Does a center make more sense in free agency? But I think either one of those positions should probably be filled through free agency. The other one, perhaps, the draft.
Well, you like to learn from things that burned you in the past, and certainly the timing of Ragnow's retirement. Only Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, and I guess the people inside that building know exactly how much that caught him by surprise. I haven't seen any reporting that really has been specific to what, so if it's out there, I missed it and I apologize. But you haven't seen any reporting about how shocked they were with Ragnow's retirement.
I have not seen a reporting.
Okay, did we miss something, or has that not been reported yet?
No, I have not seen that either.
Okay, because if he hinted a whole bunch and they got caught a little bit by surprise, shame on them. But we don't know that to be the case. Now, with Decker, that's an early warning sign right there. Somebody you might need to replace. And so if anything comes out of the Ragnow retirement, do not be caught off guard by a retirement from our guy Taylor Decker.
Yeah, and I bring this up a lot, but this year, the Lions had perhaps some plans to see some guys develop on the offensive line that they've drafted over the last several years, and these guys got hurt. We didn't get to see Giovanni Manu. We didn't get to see enough of Miles Frazier. He got in for maybe one play yesterday with the offense, and when Mahogany came out, and we didn't get to see Jamarco Jones and Kobe Sorsdahl, and that's a lot of offensive linemen that you were trying to get a beat on. What are they with this team? How much more have they improved? Is this an area where hey, we're good. We don't have to go so deep now in the draft and look at an offensive. But yeah, you might. And unfortunately, all those guys that I mentioned missed the vast majority of the season. They didn't get to see them in practice.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll take more of your open line calls. Last chance over this next half hour to get your chant of chump votes in. You're on 97.1.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, but then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
Do you think this one's still good? Free milk.
Oh, mate, that expired in 1993. Dang it. Fortunately, there are better ways to save money, like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
You should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
What's up, guys? It's Candace Dillard Bassett, former Real Housewife of Potomac.
And I'm Michael Arsenault, author of the New York Times bestseller, I Can't Date Jesus. And this is Undomesticated, the podcast where we aren't just saying the quiet parts out loud.
We're putting it all on the kitchen table and inviting you to the function. If you're ready for some bold takes and a little bit of chaos, welcome to Undomesticated. Follow and listen to Undomesticated, available wherever you get your podcast. At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Light a candle for someone. Grab a roll, the soft kind for a little me time. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear. Maybe I just want my rear. So let the softness caress your soul. Just correct your own. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has the same softness you love. Now waiting edges that tear better than the leading one-ply brand. Enjoy the go with Charmin. We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcase a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, with the film back, starting at 2 a.m.
The Detroit Pistons host the Miami Heat. Pre-game tonight at 6:35 on News Radio 950 WWJ.
You just said something that's so weird. Because you got your guy, you love your guy, even if you had no issue with him failing here. Well, you had issue with it, but you had no issue with them moving on from him.
No, none.
But out of all of the coaches that have been here and moved on from here, the one that I would put in the category is most likely to be friends with Scott Anderson away from the job was Jim Schwartz.
I'm just saying, I look at these lists of.
So here's what he said during the commercial. I'm not wrong. Would he go?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I look at this list of, I said, they're odds-on favorites for the 6 NFL head coaching jobs that are out there, that are open right now. And going through the favorites on them, and just curious to see where Jim Schwartz would rank. And the only one where he's kind of high on is Cleveland. And there he's like the 4th or 5th choice for the Cleveland Browns, and that's where he's the defensive coordinator. And he's done a hell of a job with that defense. Now, it helps.
How you doing? Wonderful. Thank you, sir. You too.
It's okay.
I'll be right there.
All right.
I'm already online. What are you talking about?
Porter Jr. for Brooklyn and offer them Harris LeVert and a first or second round pick. He's young, fits a nucleus, would help immediately. That's from Marlon Wallach.
You think that's enough to get a player like that?
Oh, man. I mean, it seems unlikely, but
A journeyman and the first round pick.
I mean, Tobias feels like he gets included in all big trade offers because of the money. That's it.
An expiring contract. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the Pistons roster enough to know what their salary restrictions are at this point. I do think this is one of these teams that you have to take a strong look at. If you're going to try to improve this team, you have to look at the other side of it. And, okay, what's the damage done by adding somebody to this roster? Because it's not like the NFL at the trade deadline where you're basically just giving up draft capital. You have to give up players. And this roster seems like it's a pretty cohesive group of guys that all pull in the same direction. I'm not saying you don't make a trade to improve the team. Go ahead and do that. But you have to be wary of who you're getting rid of and how that's going to affect this team too.
Pistons with a huge game tonight against the Knicks. How locked in are you on this game tonight? It's going up against Michigan State, USC, so I hope people have, if you're a basketball fan, you have two TVs.
Oh, this one's at home too, right? Yep. So this is should be a great atmosphere at LCA for this one. It's definitely on my radar. I want to watch this. I don't like the Knicks at all. I don't like what they said about the Pistons. I didn't like the results of the playoff series, and I'm very hopeful they come out and shove it right in their face tonight.
Kang, how locked in are you for this game tonight?
Yeah, it's a big game. It's nice to have a big regular season game with the Pistons. And no matter who wins or loses, I'm sure both teams will be fine and move on with the rest of the regular season. But I think for the Pistons, it does mean a little bit more. Last year during the playoffs, they took them to the brink. And then a lot of people like myself felt like, one call away from winning that series. It didn't work out for them, of course. But I think a win would mean a lot because to the rest of the league too, to let them know like they're not like this fake number one seed. They're legit because if anyone thinks that if it's not the Pistons, it's the Knicks, right? Well, take care of business against the Knicks then.
Let me ask you a question. When you said it means a little bit more, do you think it means a little bit more to them in terms of most regular season games, or it means a little bit more to them than it means to the Knicks tonight?
It probably means a little bit more to the Pistons. Yeah. The Pistons are a younger group and they have more to prove. I mean, the Knicks won this series last year, right? I think the Pistons know they can beat the Knicks. They beat them and they won the series, but they won some games, of course. I think just, especially with this new group, it's not the exact same group as was last year. The core is here for sure, but this team I want to see them kind of go all the way through, but there's a big part of me that feels like they don't have enough to maybe win it, in the East, and then you have to make a move that way. But that would suck because I want to see this team all the way through and see what they can do as a group and a unit together. Because it's so fun watching these guys they play with so much energy and effort, and you don't see that every day from every team every night.
Stephen Flint writes in, someone needs to explain to me this love affair people are having with Kelvin Shepherd. The defense has been pretty atrocious all year. The defensive line has regressed during the season. We also need a defensive coordinator. Let's also address who's available, please. Steve, I don't know that there is a love affair with Kelvin Shepherd. I think there's people that are willing to give him another shot, but I don't know that there's a love affair.
I think it's quite apparent that he took a step back this year, but I think it's obvious why. This secondary absolutely decimated again by injuries, and I think that's a big factor in it. What we saw in the game yesterday is encouraging. Do that against the Bears, but needed to see more of that throughout the rest of the season. I'm not opposed to going out and finding a better defensive coordinator if you can, but I'm also understanding that I think there's potential there with they're trying to unlock, and my gut is that they're going to hang on to him. I don't know if that's the right move or not based on who becomes available. Brian Flores is a free agent right now with the Vikings, but he's going to get some head coaching offers or at least opportunities to interview, I should say, head coaching interview offers. If he doesn't get a head coaching job and he becomes this free agent defensive coordinator, I mean, he'd be number one on my list, but I don't know if that's viable.
Okay, look, we have been, something's been brought to our attention today before the show, and it's kind of cast a pall over everything we've done here today, and we didn't want to bring it up until later in the show. Our good friend Pat Caputo, who has been in media long before me and is one of the most knowledgeable and hardworking people in our business, announced today on his social media the following. For those of wondering where I've been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, commonly referred to as a death sentence, and had 2 other serious ailments which put me in ICU for several days. It was sudden. I've literally been on my bed. First of all, Pat, we're all praying for you and rooting for you. And the Pat Caputo that I know is as stubborn a person as I know. And I know you're going to fight like hell for this thing. And going back to the way that you work, I know your work ethic. Pat was one of those people that if you get into an argument on the air with Pat Caputo, and you're trying to win the argument, you know that Pat is going to pull some things out of his holster that you've never even thought of, because nobody works harder than Pat Caputo. And to see this news today, we here at the station are devastated.
Yeah, it's soul crushing, really. I mean, Pat is he is as passionate as you'll get. As you said, hardworking and dedicated to his craft. Somebody worked a lot with before we started doing the show together. Pat and I did a number of shows back before that time, and his work ethic was incredible. I mean, he'll work any shift, anytime. He just loves it. He loves talking. He loves listening to the people.
He
loves interacting with people, and yeah, over the years I've developed my own impression of Pat is everybody who's ever met Pat will, because he's awesome like that, and he laughs at it. He has a good time with it. We've seen Pat come into the studio the station at Strange Hours during our show. That's Strange Hours for Pat, because typically it's on at night or the weekends, and he'll come in, always comes in with a smile, with a fist, with the Rock Me G, and he's awesome. And you're right. If there's someone who's going to be stubborn and fight this thing, it's Pat. And I hate to see, that he writes something like he wrote this morning and talking about being a death sentence, because I want to see him fight and I want to see him win.
Oh, he will.
And wish Pat nothing but the best, and hope that we get to work with him again real soon.
Yeah, Pat, know that we love you here, and we are praying for you and pulling for you. And you are as respected as any of our colleagues. And God bless you, and go win this battle. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired.
Expired in 2012.
Dang it. Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And we have the podcast Office Ladies. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories and lots of laughs. Follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said,
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Save over $200 when you book weekly stays with Vrbo this winter. If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to catch up in a snowy cabin. Take a week-long vacation and save over $200. Book now at Vrbo.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Jacksonville Jaguars won the AFC South, and they have won 8 in a row heading into the playoffs, winning those 8 games by an average of 19 points per game. Outside of Josh Allen, the former number 1 pick Trevor Lawrence might be the most dangerous quarterback in the AFC playoffs. I'm Chris Black.
Presented by Robinhood.
Fans, close up.
Robinhood prediction markets. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds. Just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood prediction markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones.
Edmondson cuts out in front with a back touch.
The Detroit Red Wings play the Ottawa Senators. Pregame tonight at 7:15 on 97.1 The Ticket.
So Dan Campbell is speaking, right? And we'll, I'm sure, sift through it. Bring the highlights to you guys tomorrow. Stick with the station. You'll probably hear it throughout the day. It's typical for him to speak in this situation after a season-ending game yesterday. Nice to see them win. I don't think losing 2 draft spots is something to lose sleep over. Of course, there'll be somebody out there that goes 15 or 16 that somebody out here in Detroit Lions land is going to wish the Lions had access to, and I get it. But, you know, it ultimately is the upside of having another winning season in an effort to secure a solid culture moving forward more important than the 2 draft spots. I think it is, and I don't think it's insignificant to beat Ben Johnson. I don't think it's insignificant to beat Caleb Williams, and I don't think it's insignificant for the players' motivation going into the offseason, thinking about how close they are because they swept the division leader. But, you know, you can feel however you want. But Dan Campbell, a couple of highlights. First, from some of the reporters there that are on social media tweeting what he said. For the Detroit News, Nola Bianchi tweets the following. Lions coach Dan Campbell. I don't want to make any decisions that I'm not prepared to think through. Said he will need a few days to deep dive some areas before making sweeping changes. Quote, whatever's best for the team, I'm going to do. Next tweet, Campbell adds that he wants to get back to some things they did a few years ago on the ground level. The way they train, quote, go about things, etc. Quote, we're going to go back and really sharpen the sword a little bit. What do you make of these comments?
I think that's interesting. Obviously, you do need some time to decompress and take a deep breath and then dive into it and see what the priorities are in the off season. It's not like you have to figure this out tomorrow. You've got some time, but there is a little bit of a sense of urgency here. I think if there's any urgency, it might be more steady. 6 job openings, head coaching openings, means your assistant coaches are open game too. It can be open season on some of your assistants that might be brought on to be assistants in other programs, not programs, but other franchises.
What's up, people? For y'all back there, how y'all doing? It's the Monday morning. Just pulled in the Sam's Club, waiting on the back. Actually, I'm about to have a drop. I'm currently sitting at $100, $8.51 in the morning. Yeah, the money's still flowing. Money is still flowing.
Yeah, that I wanted to comment on. Campbell adds he wants to go back to some things they did a few years ago on the ground level. The way they train, quote, going about things. A caller called earlier and said that they would look at the 4 Ps.
Right.
Which were like preparation, practice, physical plan. I don't remember what the other one was, but he was looking for something to explain the injuries. We didn't think he'd find much other than bad luck. However, we were all for taking it. And Campbell here sounds like he will do that. See if there's anything they can do to cut back on injuries. More from Dan Campbell. Corey Woods, beat writer for MLive, tweets out Dan Campbell. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow watching these teams in the playoffs. He also added it was hard to believe the season is over. And I hope that something burns inside. The last time they missed the playoffs, they came back the next year and went to the NFC title game.
Well, it's got to really be hard for them because they beat the division champion twice this year. You see that and beating them twice, and then you realize you lost to Minnesota twice. That's a season. It's a season in a nutshell.
More here from Dan Campbell, Lions coach Nolan Bianchi again. Lions coach Dan Campbell said the organization, quote, learned lessons from being unprepared for Frank Ragno's retirement. Will obviously take into consideration Taylor Decker's uncertain status when putting together off.
That's a question we had 20 minutes ago.
Yep. They didn't know he was going to retire. And they're going to prepare for Decker in case he's not going to be back. You know what it says? They're going to look to get an answer out of Decker before they still have time to do something about it, which makes sense.
Yep. Eric Woodward from ESPN says Dan Campbell still hasn't made a decision on play calling for next season. He'll make the best move for the team, he says.
Well, look, I don't know that Dan Campbell is a terrible play caller. Some people don't like his play calling. That's fine. But I don't want taking away from being the head coach. Like you're basically doing two people's jobs. And on game day, it doesn't say, a lot of head coaches call plays.
Yeah.
But I think Dan Campbell, the best version of Dan Campbell for this team, Dan Campbell's not calling plays.
There were times in the game yesterday that they would show up in the booth, John Morton in the booth. And I'm like, is he calling plays? Why do they keep showing him? Or I'm just curious as to what his involvement really is, John Morton's involvement, and how much collaboration there is with John Morton and Dan Campbell. Or is this completely on Dan Campbell? He's got the menu in front of him and he just, goes through the appetizers and says, I'd like the soup. I don't know how that works, but I still think that John Morton plays a big role with this team's offense.
Colton Pouncey of The Athletic. Dan Campbell on injuries. Quote, for whatever reason, we've just kind of been hit, man. That man says he likes the training staff, thinks they do a hell of a job. So regarding the people that think it's it doesn't sound like the head coach. I don't know that he'd add the last part if he wasn't behind him and he didn't think they were a problem.
I think that's, it's kind of what we've done on the show to answer that question. I don't know. I'm sure that they have a pretty capable and competent staff involved, and they'll have to look at it to see if there's something there that they're doing wrong, but probably not. It's just the violent sport.
It's a violent sport, and I think luck plays the biggest factor personally too, guys. But I will say, you got to look at it when it's happened 2 years in a row, when you've had that much attrition. And I think there's things you can do to prevent certain injuries, or try to at least, whether it's training or just on the field when you're how you hit a guy, how you get hit, things like that.
Those are things,
avoidable things that maybe we got to tighten these things up a little bit, and it'll help us in the long run.
I remember Lomas Brown talking about why he really didn't have that many injuries as an offensive lineman. This is years ago. He was talking about this. I don't know if he has the same philosophy today or not, but he would say that as an offensive lineman, what he just kept doing was kept moving his feet the whole time, being aware of where he was after he's made the block. You don't want to get rolled up on. You want to keep moving. And that's a philosophy they're going to share. I don't know. I thought it was an interesting remark to get.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio and sat down across from me next to Gator. Hello, sir.
Gentlemen, Happy New Year to you both.
Happy New Year to you.
It's been a while since we're all in the same room.
I know, right?
These are facts.
That time of year, it's what happens. How you been?
A lot better than a few weeks ago. I have what everybody else has.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty.
Is this a flu that's going around?
I have no idea. I just know I got it Christmas Eve, and it was just I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I just want to sit here.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other than that, how things been?
Good. Yeah, we got a full show today. Plus, I got a little bit of a surprise for people, because people always ask me about Mike. They do. They never ask Mike. They always ask me about Mike. I don't know if you get that about Gator or not.
No. It's interesting. People ask me about Mike.
They asked you about Mike as well? And, because the Giants won their game. They screwed over their draft pick. So I found a clip of audio from Mike's football show that he does online. I want people, this is the best way I can summarize how Mike felt. So,
okay.
You'll get the edited version.
When does this, was this off the air or was it? It's on the air. It's
online. They get a little freer.
You got a lot freer. So we'll play that. Plus, Lions season over. We got a lot to.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy offseason. It needs to be a busy offseason.
It needs to be a busy offseason. And my only prayer is this was a wake-up call to some people that, you know what? We need to bring in some new blood. Not to kick everybody out, but got to bring in. You can't be afraid to add to this team.
The roster calls for it. For the first time in a few years, they kind of got a bunch of needs. So,
no toys, no trading up for projects. Just get players.
All right, well, you have a great show. And Gator, good to see you again.
You too.
Yeah. Glad to be back. Kang, you as well. I'm glad you're feeling better because you have the illness go through your household as well. Big Piston game tonight. We'll talk about that tomorrow as well. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon, but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired.
Expired in 2012.
Dang it. Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, so done.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. He splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile, thanks so much.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
I'm Claire Fallon.
And I'm Emma Gray.
We are friends and reality dating show fans, and the only thing we love as much as love stories is lovingly snarking on them.
Whether you love or love to hate it, listen to Love to See It, our podcast dissecting all the romance we see on screen.
From reality dating shows like The Bachelor and Love is Blind to classic rom-coms like You've Got Mail, we recap in obsessive detail and unpack all the weird messages they send us about love, sex, and dating.
Listen to Love to See It on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcase the sense of love that I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Odyssey Sports Station, sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, no matter what you fancy, there's plenty of action going on in sports tonight. First, the Pistons will take on the New York Knicks over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7 o'clock. It's the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference as the Pistons are looking for revenge. New York is favored by 2.5 points tonight on FanDuel Sportsbook, despite having lost 3 straight games. But perhaps it's because Jalen Brunson, their leading scorer, is 4th in the Eastern Conference in scoring this year. The Pistons are coming off an injury-riddled win over the Cavs yesterday on the road, 114-110. They are expected to be without Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris again tonight when they take on the Knicks from Little Caesars Arena. That's at 6:35. Pregame on WWJ. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. At 7:30, the Red Wings will be right here on 97.1 taking on the Ottawa Senators. The Senators have won their last 2 games. The Red Wings have lost their last 2, but they're 8-2 against teams from Canada this season, and they've changed their line to the lack of 5-on-5 scoring from everybody but the second line, said Todd McClellan yesterday. They also called up John Leonard from the Grand Rapids Griffins yesterday to try to help with an offensive boost. 7:30 puck drop, 7:15 pregame here on 97.1. In college basketball, Michigan State and USC, a pair of top 25 teams, will tangle in East Lansing at 8:30 p.m., both trying to rebound from a loss on Friday. Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, The Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Let's get to business on a Monday. Rico, hi.
Michael,
hi.
seeing you.
Exactly. We've talked for an hour. We're not going to do the fake radio banter.
How was your holiday?
How was yours, Buck? All right, let's move it on, shall we?
How's Big Chief?
Right, because we didn't just talk for 45 minutes. Let's go right into Lions then. I know you want to have some fun with the Giants at some point. I'm happy to do that with you, but the Lions thing is a thing. Can I offer one overriding? Just you only get one culture win per tenure. You used yours. It was the Green Bay game. That was your culture win. Any of you thinking you're calling between 2 and 6 with your chandelier in your hand about, oh, we beat the Bears and culture and they trot. There is no momentum between seasons. That's a media narrative that's been made up to increase late season engagement and sell you a lie. And second of all, yeah, you really showed the Bears you're going home. They're in the playoffs. So awesome choreographed mocking celebrations yesterday. I actually would love to just say this. I reject what the Lions did yesterday. In fact, I resent it on principle. If you had played that way at any point in the last month, you'd be in the playoffs.
Bro, I'm with you. If I'm a Lions fan, I would be very angry at the fact that you decided yesterday you wanted to give a damn, that you wanted to go out there and you wanted to rally to beat Ben Johnson again. Where was this effort against the Steelers? Where was this effort against the hapless Vikings on Christmas Day? Where were these efforts against the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, did your injuries magically disappear?
Well,
or can we get rid of that tiny Tim Crutch?
Right, but they're out there celebrating and doing. Guys, you're going to Cabo today, okay? You're not going to the playoffs. Let that sink in for a second.
No, but they did the Bears dance against them. Ooh, it's everything wrong with this. Honestly, it's everything 2025 was about.
The Bears are sitting there thinking, oh, okay, well, we're going to be here next week playing a game. What about you? Oh, wait, you're not. If I'm a Lions, I would be upset. Cost you draft. It cost you got now have a lower draft pick.
Yeah, you're down at 17, and if you had lost, you could have been as high as 13. I'd have to go back to see the matrix.
Right.
You wouldn't have been lower than 15. Right. So you cost yourself a few slots. Hey, look, once you miss the playoffs, you don't have a young team. You don't have a new coach. No, don't talk to me about culture when half that locker room's going bye-bye.
Right.
And you can spare me the sizzle reel that's been going on of Dan Campbell doing the William Wallace. How proud he is of half these guys.
Are playing for each other. Like,
great.
Wait, so if that means you play for each other against the Bears, you didn't like each other for the previous 3 games because you didn't want to play for each other? Like, I didn't understand that at all. Like, we had to rally and we had to do this. And you all came together. I'm so proud of you. Like, no, this isn't something to be proud of at all. Like, you're not in playoffs.
Right. You didn't win back-to-back games since September. Yeah. Oh, a sick rally. I can't stand it. And we're probably up against it today because there are going to be people like victory lapping the Ben Johnson thing. That's cool. Do it from Cabo. You're home. Like, I resent when teams do this. It goes well beyond like what the Giants did. No, this is like, if you're the Lions and you couldn't get it up for basically 2 months to win 2 games in a row or to beat a god-awful Vikings team, like, then just go away.
Because as we said on the pregame show, it really became, what do you value more as a Lions fan, 2025 or 2026? Once you're not making the playoffs, you're still a Lions fan, but you're more team 2026. Let's get a better draft pick so that we can because we got a lot of holes to fill on this team. So let's get the best person that we can. Winning this game,
didn't help.
Okay, you swept Ben Johnson.
But it's beyond. See, I don't put any value on that because the Bears are going to be better than you next year anyway. But here's the other angle. I don't want any of these flowers. Forget about the draft pick. This idea we're tossing flowers at this team for what? Showing up to work?
Oh, watching the broadcast, you would swear up and down they were all getting the Cal Ripken Award. You showed up to work today. Hey, way to go and compete. Guys, last time I checked, that was their job. They get paid to do that. Brady was, I don't care. It's this Lions team, but look at them just going out there and, they're just playing so hard. It's like, this is their job. And where was this?
Right. As the guy driving a work van yesterday, putting in a 14-hour day is like, hey, guys, screw you. Like, seriously, you're paid to play football. If I were the Lions, I wouldn't have played any of my vets. And look, I love Amon-Ra. You can take these Roy Williams celebrations after you're eliminated. Nobody has stumped for Amon-Ra more than me, but I don't have to like everything he does. I didn't need that yesterday. Cool. You did the Bears dance against man, stop. It's a 7-yard catch. Cut it out. This is the problem with this football team this year. They lost their identity. Their job this offseason is to figure it out.
Yeah. Because when they first came and for Brad and his drafts, he did something that I applauded. He addressed the offense. Those first couple drafts, he went out there and got players that could help him. Then
you know what? I'm the villain, and we're going to have choreographed, T-shirts and things like that at the draft, and drafting projects, trading away picks, and then next thing you know, this is where you do need Apollo Creed to show up to your house and say, Rock, you've lost that edge. You've lost that eye of the tiger. And take you on the beach and go running and get back to where you were.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Because that's
the best Stallone I could offer you.
There is no tomorrow. You lost to Max Brosmer. Let that sink in. But let's go out and dance the next week. Let's go out and play a way we haven't really played in 2 months. Let's do that. Yeah, so that's the question I would have for the people. Before we even get to the off season, before we start doing the whole what's your first move, or guys, we got all off season to do it. We'll do it a little later today. I just want to know your reaction to that game yesterday. Look, I laugh at the fans who are like, no, you're a bad fan if you root to lose. I think you're an idiot if you root to win in that spot. Those draft slots matter. Especially, guys, I said this last week, Rico, I don't know if you buy what I'm selling here. It is my firm belief, and this is before hearing his comments. I've been saying for 2 weeks now. I think Taylor Decker's. So, you know what I hope happens to you now? All you fans gripping your sausages, winning some meaningless ass game. I hope the tackle you want goes 16th and you're picking 17th. Oh, that's just it. That's what I hope happens. Well, Taylor Decker, and then we get Ragnow back. Guys, Ragnow's body won't let him. Jared Goff said his heart's not in it. He's not coming back.
And here's the thing, too. Even if you don't get that tackle, like, this may be the most talent-rich defensive line draft I've seen. You can probably get one of the better players, but you slid down in the draft. So
every spot matters.
If you watch any of the college football playoffs, you saw a lot of guys that look good in Honolulu and Silver.
But I would like to know this. Look, you don't have to have as violent a response to it as like guys like us do, but what was your reaction? This is a team that primarily let you down this year. This is
community.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to get You're not like
Okay. Okay.
Sounds like a barcode.
They moved it?
Sometimes I just can't.
Laying down.
Oh, finally. Begitu gue ya. Remember, when you married to me, when you sorry. Wait, hey!
So on the, if you look at the green box, you see two fucking plugs on the front, super fast. What's the one? That's better.
see any of the bride? But pick the big one. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
We should get some soon, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. One is that I'm gonna bring them. Yes.
Oh, no, not a lot. Going outside.
Yeah, we're all like 2 people ago. Oh, I missed it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Go to so much, right? The tofu is inside. Yes, stay on that side. You know the last aisle on the shelf. Mommy tofu, right? In the orange box. The sauce. Yeah. The last aisle. The Walmart Broadcast Network. Serving Walmart stores and Sam's Clubs nationwide. Walmart and Sam's Club Radio.
He's not good at this.
I wouldn't say he ain't good at it because obviously that is. Can I get in?
You need this?
Yeah, one. Just one sec. Thank you.
The Walmart Broadcast Network, serving Walmart stores and Sam's Clubs nationwide. This is Walmart and Sam's Club Radio. Hold on. Hello, hello, friends. It's everyone. Welcome back to the show. School is starting to close. It's a brand new year. It's a brand new energy.
brother. Hi, brother. Hey, you know that? Yeah. What's your? Huh? 150. That's the line right here. That's the line. Oh, no. She's there. She was already there. I know. I know. Yeah, she was already there. She just went to get something. I was trying to move us both at the same time, her and me. Yeah, I'm loaded. No, I'm shopping for other people. So this is 3 different orders. Instacart. It's Instacart. Yeah. Yeah. This is one person's order here and the other 2 on there. Yeah.
You guys can make good money with that.
Yeah, this is 150 right here. 150 bucks, yeah. That's what I get. Yeah, I got a Pacific.
I just started doing
I do DoorDash as well.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't do Uber rides because I don't like people in my car either. I had a girl try to throw up in my car and I'm like, nope, I'm done. All right, yeah, Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah. That's what I'm going. Yeah, that's what. All right, brother. Bye bye. Yeah.
Hello.
What's the next size?
That one? That one. Thank you. Get the water underneath it? Okay, perfect. Thank you. No big. Just wait over here.
I'm like, I gotta take a case of water with me, right? You don't need to scan it? Okay.
Just take one photo of
I scanned too many waters. Supposed to be 4, I scanned 5. On that receipt. So you gotta get refund on the butter? Just get one refund on the water. Yeah. I don't know if you could do it here. It never worked. Right? They usually send me to the service desk. Do you have a physical card? I got a physical card. Your membership? No, it's worth it. It's card. You ain't gotta go to the service desk. Yeah. Let them know. Okay. Right. Hi, I accidentally scanned more water than I should. It should only be 4, and they charged me for. I scanned 5.
Just no?
Oh yeah.
You
Okay.
checked out already?
Yes, I already checked out. It's for Instacart.
So you're supposed to have how many?
4, and not
Or
scanned.
you want scan too many?
Yeah, I scanned 5. So you have the ones up top, and then this one right here is the 5th.
Okay.
It's all set?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to. All right.
In the league for most points scored. He's going to come up and down as well.
I'm going to tell you guys, I appreciate all your honesty every week that you're on. And back in September, I had called preseason and Doug and Gator were asking for your preseason predictions. And I said 8 and 9. And they asked me why. I said, pretty much predicated upon the offensive line. And that's how the offense is generated with points and all. And they laughed me off the air. And then when I was cut off, they called me a Packers fan. So screw them. I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks,
I
buddy.
love you guys.
No, Brian,
And
appreciate
it. I'm going Seattle, Houston for the Super Bowl. I like the defenses, Mike.
Houston, yes. No to Sam Darnold. I can't do it. But no, like the points thing is such a dumb argument. And I'm not trying to insult any one person. I'm trying to insult everyone. It's a stupid argument because your points are faulty. You averaged 45. You were basically Texas Tech against garbage. Then against real teams, you averaged about 23 a game. So what's the number I value more?
I got you, but
no, but please, by all means, go and blather on about points.
He will come out and say we tied for second, and that's only because
you know what, Kenny hand gesture.
That's only because
that's what you do with your points.
It's because New England scored a bunch of meaningless points in the final game.
Hey,
and you finished with 481.
Here, you know what I'll consider? Why were you 150 points worse this year on differential? 108. That's about the Giants. That's not fair. That's also from the football show. That's not today.
181 points.
Yeah.
And look at what Hudson Bobby did.
Yeah. Only taking 7 seconds to get those
now,
sacks.
You're going to judge me on the fact that we were only 9 and 8. That's not fair.
How dare you?
Right.
Well, he throws a ball you can catch.
These were the best 9 wins ever.
Whatever, dude. All right. If you're thinking about the big game, good. Because the Lions won't be there, but you're still going to watch it. Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. They will help design the perfect setup for game day. Big screens, immersive sound, professional installation. Guys, they have got it all. So if you've thought about it, just get a consultation. Stop by the showroom. Just see what they can do. They're pros. They got 30 years of experience, the best stuff, the best people, and they have real expertise. This isn't some ham and egg operation here, okay? It's Paulson's Audio Video. Stop by. They've been doing it right since 1991. It's paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHA.
I'm Dana Carvey. I'm David Spade. Flying the Walls back for another season now on audio and video every Monday and Thursday. So many incredible guests will be joining us. Follow and listen to Flying the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts. Too good to be true.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcase a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, you learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught. Service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Patient may vary. Online health questions required.
Hold your horses. You can't start the new year in that old car. This is Tanya Lalonde from Summit Place Kia. We'll get you out of that old car, even if you owe $9,000 more than it's worth. Is your credit headed south? It's okay. We can get you approved. So come see me, Tanya Lalonde, today. Summit Place Kia in Clinton Township, Auburn Hills, and at SummitPlaceKia.com. For car buying is always super fun, super fast, and super easy.
Summit Place Kia. Summit Place Kia.
Your fantasy season doesn't end after your draft. The Fantasy Football Today podcast is going to get you through the season and to a championship. Fantasy Football Today, part of CBS Sports Podcast Network, has episodes every single day. Waiver wire, trade talk, starter sit, mailbags, and more. If you want to win your league, you need to listen to Fantasy Football Today. Follow and listen to Fantasy Football Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, so Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Sully. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
Online health questions required.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Feminenio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
All right, we're right back to your phone calls. We just want to, it is Black Monday in the NFL, except for loser franchises like the Giants. Football today.
I thought about something over there. So I'm going to play a little game called Can We Say That?
Yes. All right. Can we say the New York Giants are pieces of garbage? Yes.
Why is that, Michael?
I don't want to talk about it. Go ahead. Go down your
They
list.
hurt Big G.
Go down your list. Just go down your list.
Can we say, gentlemen, that Las Vegas is now becoming the place where coaches go to die? They just got rid of Pete Carroll after
Guy's 74. He's a gum-chewing idiot. He never belonged there. It was a debacle. The best thing they did was get rid of him. Here's the worst thing they could do. Hire Belichick. Reports today that he and Jordan Hudson are hatching a plan to go to the NFL. Careful, you know who runs that thing. Yeah. Well, you know who the happiest people in the world is that happy. Everybody at North Carolina. She's gone. Yeah. Yeah. Keep your eye on that and keep your eye on Arthur Blank's yacht. They had a boat meeting last time and he hired Raheem and not Bill.
So, Bill Belichick. Okay, now you just hijacked. Can we?
I'm sorry.
Can we say Bill Belichick is going to be back in the NFL? Question mark?
I'm going to say no because I think most people view him as a cradle rocking, tail chasing clown who's 100.
Any?
Yeah, I think he's basically ruined his reputation based on what he's done in North Carolina. If I'm a GM of any sort, I wouldn't hire that guy.
Can we say
too much of this?
Unleashing this.
Not enough winning.
Bro, is that you?
Whoa. Whoa.
Mel?
Whoa. I did use Sharoning yourself as a verb on the football show last night.
Yes.
With reference to Mendoza in Vegas.
Yes, I heard that. He's the only person that would not go out there and Sharon himself.
Correct.
Yes.
Mendoza's a beautiful weirdo, perfect for Vegas. Uncorruptible.
I don't know what you have to hate against Mendoza. Good, clean kid.
It's almost like they built, like you remember in Austin Powers when they built those fembots? This is like a Cousins bot. It's like a Kirk Cousins AI creation. I can't take Mendoza.
It's Kirk Cousins.
I was going to say, was this giving you Kirk Cousins vibes, Rico?
Kenny, the only thing that would be worse is if he had red hair.
But it's proof. People that smile that much, you can't trust them.
He's like, he's got peace in his life, Mike.
You know what?
He's happy.
And here's my answer to that. Something's wrong here.
Let me just add people.
There's a dark side to Mendoza.
People who have peace in their life.
Nope.
Something's wrong here.
It's too much.
Can we say Kevin Stefanski is the happiest man in the world?
Yes. Yes.
You're fired. Thank you.
He is.
Thank you.
He's
Thank you.
Peter in Office Space when Initech is ablaze. He's finally free.
He sent edible arrangements to everybody in Cleveland.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Can't wait until he's the Giants coach next year. Return to the misery. I won't be shocked in the least.
Well, can we say that he is going to be the first call that most GMs will place?
I think he's a good interview candidate because you have to separate some of the performance from the dysfunction of the franchise he operated.
Didn't have a quarterback, but 1 year, really. That was Baker.
And they made the playoffs. And look, I still think Kevin Stefanski's a good football coach who was in a terrible situation. That's how I choose to view it. I don't get to interview.
Can we say,
What up, Bro, I got a crazy badge yesterday from Sam.
Can we say
I'm going to email it to you with a screenshot.
Something's wrong here.
All right, I'll check it out.
The Arizona Cardinals. Soak the organization and accelerate to it and strike a match. Ownership down, blow the whole effing thing up. GM, player personnel, scouting, coach, quarterback, just blow the whole thing up.
It's no, because I'm looking at this like you're stuck with Kyler Murray, and so the next coach is going to have to come in here and say, "No, I can fix Kyler."
I think Kyler's movable. Somebody will say they can fix him, unlike Tua.
Maybe they trade with the Dolphins.
Can't do that. The Dolphins have like $130 million cap hold. Here's the problem.
Guy will take your look.
Martin Harrison kind of sucks.
Yeah, the best ability is his availability. Marvin Harrison's kind of opted out. If there was a portal in the NFL,
he also can't catch the football. Kind of a problem.
Yeah, his father can't be happy he's sharing this thing. Can we say? This was for you, buddy. All right, go ahead. Can we say it's time to stop blaming Lamar? No. Lamar did not lose that game.
No, big deal. He had two guys that were blown coverage. I mean, it'd be great.
No, but we constantly say, well, he can't win. He has had a tight end drop a 2-point conversion, and now he's had a kicker miss a chip shot in today's NFL.
It's not okay, today's NFL, but you're outside in the cold in Pittsburgh, and it's damn near 50 yards.
Broke down, cried before the ball got past.
I felt for the kid. You're a rookie, and okay, let's move back to the main thing. I would tell you this: if it's a linear or if it's a binary choice where I have to choose Lamar Jackson or John Harbaugh, I'm taking John Harbaugh. Lamar's 29, about to be 30. He doesn't make the explosives anymore. Yes, he had this sandwich escape, and he flings the ball down the field. Fine. You believe Lamar is going to be getting better or worse at this stage of his career?
It's gonna be like Brady. You're better.
You go that route.
I don't think they coexist. The man on the moon that they call Lamar.
I wouldn't be in business anymore. I would do a hard reset as a franchise.
Kenny, this is the Mike 2.0. Can we say Gingers can win a big game?
No. Sam Darnold didn't do anything. I know what you're doing. He got carried by the running game and the defense. He tried to lose that game for them. And then Brock Purdy said, wait, let me help you. And the Niners played their worst game, arguably, the last 2 seasons. No. He can show me in the divisional round. No. I didn't. Did you think Darnold played well?
He played okay, but here's the thing. The bar is so low with Sam Darnold in games.
He doesn't throw 4 picks.
And you're like, oh, he played great. So you look at his numbers like, wait, he didn't even have 200 yards passing. Oh, maybe he didn't play as well because he didn't throw the picks that we're so used to seeing. We saw week 18 here.
I believe it when I see.
Rico, this has been a banner day for Mike's Gator-esque list of people you can't win with. Now we've added Ginger's balding, male pattern balding, long hair, balding guards, NBA exclusive. Lamar Jackson, buckwheat hair, coach is wearing capri pants, fishing vests, bad helmets, gumshoers, and people who smile too much.
That about sums it up. You could have just left it Lamar. I don't think you're ever winning a Super Bowl, especially as he approaches 30. His main weapon is now gone.
Can we say Philadelphia Eagles laid down and had no business trying to? They didn't want to win that game no matter what.
Correct. It was bizarre. You know what? I'm just going to go with coach who's been to a couple of Super Bowls, won a Super Bowl, coach who is a veteran team. He knows his room. They wanted the rest over what they deemed to be meaningless seating. I think it's insane, personally. I think there's the 2 seed playing in Philly. Very valuable to me. But I haven't been able to get the Eagles symbols because it means you possibly could be playing in Chicago. I don't get it. But if that's the vibe that they wanted the rest, what am I going to say? They've done it. But I'm with you. I couldn't believe they put Tanner McKee in.
And if we got time for one more?
No, we don't. That's can we say that?
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Get a jump on this summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Don't wait to claim your dream summer spot, whether that includes a good porch swing or a poolside lounger. When you book early, you get the best places at the best prices. But back to the poolside loungers. With Verbo, you don't have to reserve any loungers. They're all yours. In fact, the whole private home is yours. Book with early booking deals and you can lounge around all summer long however you please at Verbo.com.
Are you really buying a car online on AutoTrader right now?
Really?
At a playground? Yeah, really. Look at these listings from dealers. Wow. Your search can really get that specific.
Really?
And you just put in your info and boom. Car's in your budget.
I need a second, honey.
You can really have it delivered?
Really? Or I can pick it up at the dealership. One sec, sweetie.
Mommy's buying a car. I think your kid is walking up the slide.
Kyle, again? Really? AutoTrader. Buy your car online.
Really?
Crime Sub is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, starting with the true crimes that inspired Hollywood's most iconic horror villains. Listen to and follow Crime Sub, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're still keeping a close eye on Missouri Saturday. Now turn investigation along northbound 75 Shaper entrance ramp. That is blocked. The exit ramp to Shaper is completely closed. Warren area, eastbound, westbound, 13-mile road at Woodward. No accident. This is instruction. I found you. What's traffic? We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were a family. they showcase a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water. Then stir it with a shovel. Wow, you sound just like it.
Thank you, sir.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Helmet to helmet contact. Legal here. Detroit. Station. Sports headlines. The Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1. 1 second.
The Ryan beat the Bears yesterday in the last game of the season. Today they cleaned out their linebackers. Tight end Sam Porter revealed that he had a fully herniated disc in his back, which led to the surgery. He'll stay up and running by OTAs. Pete Robertson also said he would look to resign with the team. And Campbell said the following.
I want to get back to some of the things we were doing a couple of years ago. And what I mean by that is just getting back to a little bit of what we did at the ground level now. Just a little bit the way we train, the way we go about things, you know, it's going to be a good training camp for us. We're going to go back and really sharpen the sword a little bit.
The Pistons and Knicks played tonight for the first time since the playoffs. Detroit will be without Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris. Kate Cunningham is probable. 7 p.m. tip can be heard over on WWJ News Radio 950 tonight. Meanwhile, the Red Wings skate against the Senators here at 97-1 at 7:30. John Leonard will be in the lineup after getting called up yesterday. Michigan basketball remained the number 2 team in the country per the latest poll. The team travels to Penn State tomorrow, where Amari Burnett should be available to play. Axel Vandenborg is day-to-day with a calf injury. It'll be a game-time decision. MSU dropped 3 spots in the rankings to 12. They host USC tonight. Michigan football coach Kyle Whittingham told Barstool today that he thinks Bryce Underwood is in a good spot right now. There'll be an announcement soon in his status for next season.
Cares.
At the Corval,
For 9 touchdown passes. I'm waiting on him. Like, what is he, a Virgin Mary?
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, the Valenti Show with Waco on 97.1.
Oh my God, we're all waiting breathlessly that Bryce Underwood's in a good spot. Throw a touchdown pass. All right, let's get to the Lions. We've got all week for portal stuff. Dan Campbell talked a little bit there, but we wanted to ask you guys before we get to the offseason. Let's take a look back at yesterday, your reaction to it. Because I have to be honest, I was Lorenzo from Green Bay. Oh, how dare you? How dare you play like that? You haven't played like that in months. Oh, but you're all hard up to go show Ben Johnson what's up. Well, cool, you're still going home. You screwed up the draft position. You're out here doing dance moves to mock the Bears. You went all zone instead of that typical, when we play man, because we're man. Cool. Where was it? And then I got to listen to another William Wallace speech by Dan Campbell in the locker room. Oh, you played for each other. Okay, so then as Rico put it earlier, then what the hell were you doing the last 8 weeks? You hated each other? I'm tired of it. And if you're going to call up on your way home from work and try to lecture me about a culture win, let me help you with something. Culture wins are as real as the tooth fairy. No one creeps in your house and puts change under your pillow. You get One culture win per regime. Yours was years ago.
Yeah, last game against Green Bay when you retired Aaron Rodgers as a backup.
Also, anyone putting in writing that this win gives you momentum in the next season is either an idiot or a liar. Period. That's a myth. It's a media narrative. There is no momentum between seasons. There is nothing to build off of with that game. So I'm actually quite annoyed at the football team. I want to know what you guys think.
I was annoyed too. I was annoyed when all of a sudden you decided you were going to take points, take field goals to get in the game. And it was this season long when you had opportunities. Then I harken back to the Steelers game. Kick a field goal. You know it's going to be the first team to 20 it down. We'll go for it. Get stopped. It's like so many bad decisions. But in this game, you decided to play all your starters. You went all out. And I do think it was all out because it was out of spite, because it was Ben Johnson. Because I do think that this team is a little butthurt that he actually went out in the first year had more success than they've had this year.
But what kills me, like the whole Ben Johnson thing is like, okay, so if he had gone to Washington and waltzed in here and beat you last year instead of, the Commanders were mid-air for him to turn the job down. How's it any different? Let it go. I got no
divisional rival. He should have. A lot of people are upset. You know what? He should have not turned that job. I was like, guys, there's 32 of these.
Right, and he got to select his quarterback. And it's funny to me that these players are butthurt about him, but he put money in your pocket. Don't tell me Goff and Amon-Ra and everybody on that offense didn't make more money based off of the work Ben Johnson did for you. So I don't want to hear it.
And here's why you really can't be upset at Ben Johnson. He turned down jobs in order to stay here and run it back with you. But he could have left. He could have been a Carolina Panther coach. He could have been a Commanders coach. He said, no, I want to stay here with Detroit. I think we got something here. He gave you longer than you deserved. He could have been making money as a head coach. And finally, a job showed up. And guess what? It was a good job for him because he's number 2 seed in the NFC. So,
and again, the victory lapping over the Bears is very weird to me. You're at home. That's kind of like a loser mentality. But do you? And look, I've heard calls on the station. We've had a couple of them in middays and mornings. Well, it was important. So we had 4 straight winning seasons for the first time ever. Where are we putting that banner? Where does that go up? Into the we almost made a Super Bowl banner? Is there a trophy for that? Like, I'm annoyed because if they had played anything close to like they played yesterday against Minnesota or Pittsburgh, they're in the playoffs. So spare me whatever hero ball they played yesterday. And I admit it. Like, if you think I'm old man yelling at clouds, that's cool. Like, doing the Bears celebration after every catch as if you're mocking them when they're going to the playoffs and you're going on vacation, I think the lines look stupid. So, want to know where you're at? But no, I'm. If you can't tell, no, I'm done with this team. I'm ready for this team to go. I don't need to look at them, see them. I know we got to talk about them. But this season was disgusting because they lost their identity. All sizzle, no steak. And that's the opposite of what they were built on. They weren't TJ sat in that seat Friday, a former player. You don't like my words? Cool. Get angry about his. They weren't the tougher team this year. They didn't play harder than their opponents. These are TJ's words. So you want to make me and Rico to bad men or radio idiots, which is fine. Then what do you say to TJ?
No, it seems like they spent more time trying to play that villain role instead of playing the winner's role and just going out there and beating teams. That's the best revenge you can get on anybody.
45 a game against crap and 23 a game against anyone with a pulse. It was all nonsense.
No, it was. Against bad teams, they padded their stats. Look at me. Look at our celebrations. The good teams. Well, you beat one playoff.
And it's a Bear team that this fan base doesn't respect. So really, what did you do? Chips down, gotta have it. You lost to Max Crosby. You can go. At that point, see yourself out.
Just when you thought, well, okay, you got lucky against Jameis. No, wait, we can do worse. Watch this.
248-539-9797. I want your reaction to that win yesterday. I was pissed. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed by it. The idea that they think they're something because what? You beat a Bears team that's going to the playoffs and you're not? Yeah, you really showed them. Enjoy vacation. Like I've just, that to me is like the statement of all, oh, you waited until the season was over to make a drastic defensive change. Like, really? Or as you put it, you wait until the season's over to go conservative and take points. Right? Like, what are we doing?
Why didn't you do this at some of your other games? You wouldn't be playing right now.
It annoys me.
You wouldn't be playing at Ford Field, but at least you're at the table. Now,
To the people. Go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, what's good?
Mike, Rico, Kenny, holy smokes, guys. I'm snapping out of a Tantra College football spell you put me in. Wow.
Sorry?
Hey, I'm going back to Lions. You guys cracked the nut wide open. I'm a owner, upper management type of guy in the Lions. Have no clue what it takes to put a winning product on the field. All they sell is hope. The Ford commercials are amazing. Great marketing. They sell a lot of Ford vehicles, don't they? They sell a lot of tickets to the stadium, but they don't put a fucking church on it.
Hey. I mean, I appreciate the passion, but you know you can't use that. Yes, you can on the foot. That was my opinion of Giants fans who were happy about that win yesterday. Sorry. Potty language aside, listen, this is my concern in this town. Seems like, feels like, sounds like, oh, these teams want to be good. Do they want to be great? Because you know what happens in this town if you're good? Oh, you can sell tickets. Ooh, I got that Eddie Murphy jacket from Beverly Hills Cop for Christmas.
you get your name chanted.
I got a pickup with a logo on it.
Oh my God, they make a cake of you celebrating upside down. You get all of that stuff.
And the problem is, that's not what people like me are after. Championship or go away. So we're in a weird spot because the Lions are good. This year, not good. But are they going to do what it takes to be great? No GM in this town wants to be great.
Which may be tomorrow.
What?
No, just what are they going to do? Will they challenge themselves so that this is just a blip in the road, or going to double it down and I'm going to show you my way will work?
If they're serious about winning the Super Bowl, you're going to restructure Goff, you're going to restructure ASB, you're going to get rid of David Montgomery. I think Taylor Decker and Glasgow are retiring, which is bad, but it's $25 million in space. You can get to $100 million in cap space. And that's what the Patriots had last year to go and remake their defense. Now, for you, it's a little different. You've got to remake that O-line. You've got to go out and insulate this thing. I do think you need a better defensive line.
But it's like people that you want, Mike, are they the type of people that you want in Allen Park?
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that because the people that are in Allen Park, they couldn't find a Super Bowl with two hands and a flashlight. So I ain't trying to hear it.
But they have a culture. They have a way of doing things. They don't want to upset the apple cart.
And let's check that cultural trophy case. Just kidding. The phone broke.
I think it's this week.
Oh, well, the guy called up and said a word that rhymes with done. I know what was I supposed to do.
I understand, but
and it wasn't even at us. I appreciated the passion.
But you do wonder, are you willing to go take guys to help you win, or are you taking guys that fit your way of
this? You know what?
Every team needs to have 2 or 3 guys that you just don't invite around you. That you know what? You're not good people, but you help us win. No, you don't need to know where I live, but show up here on Sunday and help me win games.
I think it's a referendum on Holmes this offseason. Do you want to be a Super Bowl team, or do you just want to sell tickets? Brad Holmes has the mechanisms in place to create ample cap space to command the market. Why do I say that? While there'll be a couple of teams that have more cap space, you're the only one as a contender that could provide winning, that can provide an opportunity. Like if Vegas offers you money, keep it. Like if the Lions offer you money, take it. You can win. So if Brad Holmes doesn't do those things, and if Brad Holmes doesn't go to free agency and throw down the hammer to make this team better, then no, they're not serious.
You see, even like going back to the days when Golden Tate, you don't have to overpay people to come here. You have to overpay people to become a Raider. You have to overpay people to become a Brown. Sure, more smart. But you have to overpay them. You got that out your system.
I'm good. The whole thing's fine.
But for the Lions, you're right. You may be able to get a guy who says, yeah, you know what, I'll take a little bit less to come here, but you have to be willing to go out.
But are they willing to restructure those deals, Are they willing to create that cap space and then create a situation of true accountability that if it doesn't work, the franchise is in trouble?
Yeah,
No GM in this town has taken that risk yet.
I'm leaning towards no because I think they're looking. What are they going to do about Brian Branch, Gibbs?
Oh, here's what you're going to do about Brian Branch. Get him a wheelchair because he blew his Achilles. I can't change that.
Yeah, they waited on Hutch. They'll wait on Brian Branch.
You know what? Reboot it. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. All colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, get on Northville. They're going to have everything you need when you need it and at a price you want. So call Northville Lumber today or stop by Trex showrooms. They have got everything. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you really buying a car online on AutoTrader right now?
Really?
At a playground?
Yeah, really. Look at these listings from dealers.
Wow, your search can really get that specific.
Really?
And you just put in your info and boom, car's in your budget.
Mom needs a second, honey.
You can really have it delivered?
Really? Or I can pick it up at the dealership. One sec, sweetie. Mommy's buying a car.
I think your kid is walking up the slide.
Kyle, again? Really?
AutoTrader. Buy your car online. Really? When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were a family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught. Service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening. When was the last time you reached out for help? If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out. Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
97 won the ticket. Would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
All right, Kenny, couple of ticket texts and we'll go right to the phones. Just seeing where people are at. Look at a can we say that bottom of the hour. Go ahead, Kenny.
Why do fans settle for this and celebrate meaningless wins? That's from Joe.
I don't know, but hey, look, take it from my own world. Giant fans are dumb as hell too, and they do the same crap. You can't drill it into people's heads sometimes.
Well, my biggest thing too is when you're talking about Brad Holmes and you're talking about, like it's a win for the team. It's a, character win or whatever you want to call it.
It's a myth.
Right, but you not only lose draft stock, but what's everybody's biggest thing about Brad Holmes is, he's draft Jesus, and then you take a tool out of his tool belt. That's not what you want to do. There's a lot of, and you're not going to like this. There's a lot of SOL text coming in.
Look, it's just, I respect the team enough to say that the SOL thing shouldn't be in the discourse, but I'll go ahead and read them. Let me listen. I don't understand. What do they have to do to get rid of it? They won multiple playoff games. They've won the division. They were in an NFC championship game. So basically, until they win a Super Bowl, is this SOL thing something I got to keep listening to?
It's not necessarily. I think, Mike, when you see, and I could be wrong, the SOL is almost the ways they keep losing and the opportunities they keep squandering. And it's not just, it's almost like something out of a movie that you can't, like, you look at the end of the Steeler game, that would scream, that's the most Lions way to lose a game type of thing. I think the only thing that could be worse is if you were either Tampa or Carolina rooting for somebody else to determine your fate of whether you're going to the playoffs or not. But it's just how they keep losing games. It's how their seasons keep losing that it's so out there. This, like, is this real? Like, every year you top how you ended the previous year. So I think that.
I agree with you. There is nothing to take as a positive of this win. It's a sour feeling. It's what you, I think, had talked about, that this was, the whole season was such a train wreck. I think you mentioned one of the statistics about the point differential. I think the real thing starts with, we need some massive defensive help here. They are not getting the turnovers. They're not flipping the field. They are not putting their offense in a position to win. Everything cannot be a 35-34 shootout. And to me, it really starts with the defense. It's just, like you said, it's been, I'm not going to say same old Lions. This team's got a lot of talent. I think if they are willing to be honest and make some course corrections, this is very fixable. The last place schedule is going to help out a ton. I think this team is still poised to win, but we've got to do something with the defense. We've got to do something and get Hutch more help.
Yeah, and there it is. And the problem is, stats are only as good as the context that they're in. So, like, if you're going to say that Hutch and Bob Muhammad combined for, the fifth most sacks of any duo, well, how about this? Time to pressure. How impactful were those? See, that's where, Rick, I'm concerned about Thursday, because I think it's very important. The message Brad Holmes sends, that's going to guide how I feel about this team going to the offseason. If he's still doing this wagging his finger in our face kind of thing, that'll tell me everything I need to know.
Well, and I think it goes even back to Dan. Dan has to adjust his coaching philosophy. I think another previous caller mentioned that they finally took the points. Again, there is a time, the Pittsburgh game was they mentioned that was a classic example. If we would have kicked the field goal, we wouldn't have needed touchdowns. And again, Pittsburgh ran the ball down our throat. Well, how did Baltimore look against Pittsburgh's running game yesterday? They shut them right down for the most part. And again, they're not controlling the clock. They're doing.
And the worst part of it was the front seven was healthy down the stretch, and you were terrible largely stopping the run. And again, this is another thing, Rick. When Kelvin Shepard did his, hey, but if you take away the good plays, we played really well. Like, they were in out.
like you said, some of you know that Ben Johnson, it didn't prove anything.
No, and that's all. Guess what? If that was your best effort this year, it wasn't good enough.
Well, frankly, I'm shocked the Bears didn't bench everybody at the start of the third quarter. I don't. What were they really playing for?
Well, they were playing
They
for.
didn't know Philly was going to lose. But
No, Rick, I think because the game was going on simultaneously, the Bears were trying to get the 2 seed. They didn't know that Philly just didn't want it.
I understood, but again, I think what was the receiver that hurt his knee towards the end of the game? I think Ben Johnson wants to revisit. Did he really kept those guys in there? Yeah.
It's the same thing. We look. I was scared. You know what-less when Amon-Ra came up lame on Christmas Day, and I went, oh no, not that. Like, I just don't think there's anything to play for. You don't have a young team. You don't have a new coach. You don't have a new regime. There was nothing to do.
And what you didn't need is Goff going out there getting Brian Branch, and now you lose him for most of next year.
No, but now they flexed on the Bears, and I'm like, all right, cool. But
That showed everybody we don't quit.
That's for you guys. That ain't for us.
That's real grit right there.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, bud?
Hey, fellas, Happy New Year.
Same to you, Mike.
All right. First and foremost, yesterday's game disappointed me because I know that we're better than what we showed on the football field. But I have a couple questions for it.
Sure.
For Calvin Shepard. What if we exchanged him with Wink Martindale?
You don't want Wink. No, and I'm just being sincere. Wink had every opportunity to stay in the NFL. Nobody wanted him. He's a one-trick pony. He's hard to get along with. It's not, you don't want that.
I figure you might want a good laugh because it's going to be the new year anyway. But I know our scouting is not the greatest for the Lions right now. Do you think we can get Connor Stallions?
Okay. No, Mike, the scouting is fine. Listen, I'm not. Brad Holmes is still to me a B+, A- drafter, but he needs a big off season because the last two, not good enough. The last two drafts have not been good.
I was about to say, if you average all the drafts in, Mike, that's not B+, A-.
It is because of the star power. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so in a 5-year spread, if I'm walking out of here with Amon-Ra, I'm walking out of here with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Penei Sewell. That has to matter that you've got all pro caliber guys.
It matters, but I'll counter that with saying the
Broderick Martin.
No. And the reason why you've lost the last 2 years
is depth.
You don't have depth.
That's fair.
So you didn't draft in the final the last 2 years. You d't get enough pieces.
No, the last 2 years, those drafts are D's.
Right. So when you average them together, not necessarily A-, B+.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I hope you grade your class nicer than grading most drafts. My God. What are you just handing out Fs? Get what you earn. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll get an update. We'll get a little can we say that? We'll try to knock down a few more calls as well. What the hell's coming up next? I can't keep up with the station's programming.
It would be a Lions review.
I'm sure that'll be an uplifting program. 97.1.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge. Our skills
Play to the poolside loungers. With Verbo, you don't have to reserve any loungers. They're all yours. In fact, the whole private home is yours. Book with early booking and not
Let me get wrapped. Whoa, so done.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17.
17's on them. The new center stage front camera is the perfect. Well, it's better than socks. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
And do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Well, keeping an eye out on the accident along northbound I-275. Before Hines Drive, right shoulder is blocked with another vehicle down in the right ditch. There's also the accident along northbound 75. Schaefer entrance ramp is blocked, and the exit to Schaefer, that is also blocked as well. I'm Val Beery with traffic.
My early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard to take, but it gave my mom and me more time to plan together.
Talk to your family about seeing a doctor. Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family. They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught. Service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
2027. I thought about something. So I'm going to play a little game called Can We Say That? Oh, I love this thing. Yes. Can we say that college blue bloods are a dying? Yes. I mean, look at the Final Four. It's a collection of nothingness. I mean, yeah, and again, I think there's a ground where you can appreciate Cinderella, but there does need to be some blue magic. There needs to be a brand name in there. There needs to be teams you want to watch. I have a hard time believing anyone's watching this. Okay, but here's the thing. And Kenny, before I get to you, because I know you're going to, I'm sorry about Georgia. Well, fire Mike Bobo. What was that offensive game? Sorry. No. But do you want to see the better teams who actually play it out on the field and win? Or do we need to see the teams that we always loved? I'll tell you what we need to see is scheduling equity, playing the same amount of conference games, playing people. Hey, weird. Ohio State faced two real teams this year, lost to them both. They didn't play anybody because the Big Ten blows. You know, Indiana and Oregon already saw it. Georgia, Ole Miss already saw it. I need a little bit more scheduling equity. That's the folly in it. Kenny?
No, I agree completely. And Mike, thank you for saying what you just said about Mike Bobo, because that's exactly the entire game. I was gripping my hair from the roots and pulling it out.
Give it away. That jiggly cheeseburger eating bastard.
Nice fourth down call, Curbs.
Sorry. Can we say we owe Miami an apology?
Yeah, I can own that. Cristobal hasn't gone Cristobal. Back hasn't melted down. And what you're seeing is what an NFL front seven looks like. And Ruben Bain, and they got that 30-year-old kid, not Osador, whatever his name. Like, look, they're killing people. And yes, the ACC was ratty. They didn't even win the ACC. I held it against them. I think they've acquitted themselves
quite nicely. I mean, going to A&M and winning, and then following that up by winning again. I got it wrong, and they're real. And I have no doubt they could win again. I think they could tear apart Ole Miss.
Kenny, does it hurt you to see back out there doing this?
Oh, no, because I know how it's going to end poorly for him.
I think it hurts him that Gunnar Stockton's his quarterback.
That, unnecessary.
Sorry. I don't like it. I know I don't like it.
Can we say Kalen DeBoer is on the hot seat?
Yeah, it's going to be a horrible offseason. 100%. You can't losing is one thing. Having arguably the worst postseason loss in Alabama history is another. They got dump trucked. And even if you lose this idea of, oh my God, it was Indiana. Guys, Indiana's not Indiana. Indiana is an awesome football team.
Indiana is you.
Yes, but Alabama can never be in the position for that to happen.
You can never be envious of Indiana.
Correct.
If you're Alabama. Speaking of which, can we say that Indiana is just the best team and everybody else is a step below them?
I said this Friday. When I say, don't freak out when I say this, Indiana is the most perfect team on the planet, meaning they're well coached, they're talented, they're smart, and they play for the name on the front of the jersey, not the one on the back. They're a throwback. Everyone does their job all the time. Someone catches a pass, there's 9 angry Hoosiers right there. They do their job. The coach is a psychopath. Yeah. It doesn't guarantee anything because, hey, football, it's a weird sport. But Rico, I don't know who's beating them.
Sticking with Indiana, can we say that Cincinnati should get a look at an NFL?
No. No. Stay right where you're at. I think Cincinnati's going to win the national championship. I think he's going to move right to the front of the line as one of the 5 best coaches of this century. You have a chance to become legendary. His act would not work in the NFL. These kids aren't around long enough to get tired of him in college.
Would be like Saban.
I think it's a disaster. I think Kurt Cignetti is right where he needs to be.
Kenny?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. No argument.
The look on his face when DeBoer wanted to fake that on 4th down, that needs to be a t-shirt.
Kenny, can we say that Georgia needs to do some soul searching this offseason?
Yeah, they need to do some coordinator searching too.
See that, Black?
I got nothing but bad things to say. Can I counter you with another? Can we say that?
Sure.
Can we say that it's okay for me to be completely now checked out of the college football playoff?
Yes.
All right.
Well, I mean, I would expect that your team is out of it.
But it's not just that my team is out of it. Let's make a quick distinction there. It's not because my team is out of it. It's because the sport has pushed me away from liking the sport like it has with Mike for so long.
God, you've come to my side.
No,
The fact that Georgia has been eliminated, I think I'm starting to turn the evil leaf.
No,
the Mike Valence says.
I'm not gonna. No, Kenny, I'm not gonna allow that because if Georgia was still playing, would you be watching?
Yeah.
So therefore, it's because your team is not in it, not because college football has changed.
But here's the difference: is I will watch the Stanley Cup final every single year. The Red Wings haven't been in the Stanley Cup final in decades, so I think
you love Georgia more.
I do not.
Georgia's brought you more happiness a lot recent than.
That's true. That is true. I give you that.
Georgia. Can we say that Lane Kiffin is trying to kill any chance Ole Miss has of winning that national?
Yeah, I think I'd phrase it a different way. I think Lane Kiffin is a petty penis. I mean, the idea that you strung up Ole Miss the way you did, and now you're pulling no, you're not going to win it without me, are you? Yeah. He may take 6 assistant coaches this week by threatening their employment, and they have to leave game preparations. The only one, nice sport, by the way, the only one who's going to stay is Charlie Weiss Jr., the OC.
So the kids show up to meetings. Coach, hey, if somebody texts Coach, he's on a plane right now. He says, "Good luck."
What a disgrace! But this is Lane Kiffin. This is who you hired. Ole Miss knows it. The problem I have is Lane needed Ole Miss more than Ole Miss needed him, and he even said it. And they granted him that chance, and they built something together. And he was in a perfect spot. And then that I wasn't hugged enough as a child BS that haunts this guy reared its ugly head again.
Could have turned Ole Miss into a Southern Indiana.
He could have been Signetti of the South. He was right where he needed to be. You win 9 games a year to build a statue of you. But what happened? He got seduced again because somebody stroked his fragile ego.
And that won't be the last job. I think Alabama will be the final
Guy
job.
falls up in life more than anybody. I can't wait till he goes from LSU to like coaching the Lions. How did this happen?
Can we say the college football playoffs needs to restructure their games because all the buys seem to lose, except for one. They're 1-7.
Let me show you my surprise face. You mean to tell me when you don't play for a month, you might not play well? Yeah. Like, I love how no one says it. They cite the stat and they go, golly gee, these bye weeks are killer. You didn't play for 25 days. What the hell do you think's going to happen?
Can we say Texas Tech should have spent some money on offense?
Yeah, but I mean, hold on. Let's be fair. I think the can we say that would be, can we say it worked? They made the college football playoff.
It worked.
They're a
But
conference champion.
Maybe spread the wealth.
Yeah.
You know, let's put some vegetables on the plate. Not have
It was their issue all year is that they wore you down defensively. They created short fields. They didn't have the running game that they had in 24 with Taj Brooks. And Baron Morton is good enough, but he's not great. Yes, luckily for them, the cast of Landman is paying for the roster. They just paid Brendan Sorsby $5 million.
So they learned their lesson.
He's making more money than the 11th pick in the NFL draft.
He'll make more money than the Lions.
By far, he'll make double. Then the kid at pick 17, which is like 2.8.
I wanted to localize it for the Lions fans.
It's an absurdity. I mean, I'm not mad at what they're attempting to do. I'm mad at the marketplace because it's unchecked. It's uncapped. There is no player. Mendoza's not worth $5 million. It's an absurdity. If the rev share at a Big Ten school, the wealthiest Scrooge McDuck conference of all, is $20 million, 25% of your salary cap shouldn't be going to a college court. It's chaos.
Why you have those NIL programs? Can we?
What program? State doesn't believe in it. No, we got to go through the clearinghouse.
You have to make sure that the deal is legit.
No, you don't. What do you think? Bryce's is legit? He got paid $1 million per touchdown.
But it's still legit. Can we say, speaking of, the portal is becoming bigger than NFL free agency?
No, because no one knows these people.
Fair.
Every day you check your favorite team, you go, oh my God, we're bringing in Johnny Benatti. And you're like, who? Oh, he was welding last week, and now he's playing strong safety.
He's at North Texas State. You didn't watch
MSU's
them?
already signed like 10 people. Who are these people?
The same people you're like, who left? Who was that?
No, NFL free agency, that's a brand name. And the contracts are real.
One more, Kenny. Can we say that Kyle Whittingham will be a Band-Aid coach at the University of Michigan, meaning he won't see the end of his...
Yes, mainly because he's damn near 70, and it's a weird fit, and I just don't think any... Right now, if you ask me, will Pat Fitzgerald be here in 5 years? I'll say no. College coaching is so crazy. It's no on surface to anybody. But Whittingham to U of M was bizarre then. It's bizarre now. He can be a good coach and a weird fit all at the same time. It's no different than Jonathan Smith for State.
And I was going to say, because people will take it the wrong way, but it does feel like
Because people are bitches. You can't say anything.
it feels like Jonathan Smith at Michigan State, where good coach, but
Weird fit.
are you sure about that? You sure about that?
I'm gonna tell you, man. That was a Utah lifer. Welcome to Ann Arbor. Talking about cultures. How come nobody's soaking? All right, good talk. That's enough of that. You're already thinking about the big game. It's good because, well, the best viewing experience doesn't have by accident. Setup isn't ready. You got to go to Paulson. Paulson's in Farmington Hills or PaulsonTV.com. They're the best. I've used them for 20 years. Chris, Dan, the whole crew over there, Jeff on install. best. Knowledge, products, pricing, they dominate. Going for a consultation. And obviously, Lions won't be in the Super Bowl, but sports rolls on. If you've thought about upgrading your setup, sound, television, furniture, also
that defense is otherwise putrid. Yesterday, I don't get too much ultimately did nothing because they're actually converted a couple of red zone chances in that game. One session. All right, it's Lions. The number is 248-539-9790. You can call. We have all sorts of hijinks and hilarity, not really hilarity. And what I understand, from what I understand, Virgie's sources tell me that Dan on Dan crime of Campbell, Miller, that we're going to play later, was tremendous. Fights, exchange blows.
No. But is it to the Bears for a second, to your point, Birchie, isn't that plus 22 going into this game, 32 takeaways going into this game, 33 coming out of it, plus 22 coming out of it. Hey, winning 6 games in the final 2 minutes, doesn't that make you wonder, okay, is there going to be some revision, revert to the mean next year?
A little regression for that team? Absolutely. Especially when they play a slightly more challenging schedule. I don't think they're.
Oh, they get the first place schedule.
The first place schedule. But the NFL is always the Indians and the Giants and the Cardinals.
They're so lucky.
So back.
The NFL is always regression to the mean. Wasn't last year the Bears lost like every game in the last play and Hail Mary?
The Vikings did it a couple years ago.
And the Vikings did it so maybe the Lions will regress the other way.
With that one, it goes weeks or years.
Yeah, that's right.
Weeks or years.
It does. So you want to recap Lions review? You want to review the game? Not really. Nice effort. They beat the Bears 19-16. Amon-Ra St. Brown was great. All of the fine.
Such a stud.
No, he is.
And they found their future left tackle if Decker steps away. How about that Hubbard?
Now, where the hell did he come from, with all due respect?
In the league, this is 12th year.
I know, I heard.
Started 61 games.
I heard. But we do need to break down, and we can head into the offseason now, break down what they need to do. Now, Campbell talked today, the players, every time he has a player, like, what the team, they basically want some of my pay grade, of that. Observation. Today's very forthright, admitting that he was not good. Mike Stanley said not good. I was not down here. Which I think, that's his way of saying that was on the other offensive lineman. And I don't think Campbell hinted, coach, I got to figure out, are the coaches in the right spots?
That's the first thing he said he was going to look at was his coaches.
Yes, I got to get the people in the right spots. So there's going to be some changes on the coaching staff.
So let me ask you guys 2 questions. Let me start there.
Okay.
Beginning of next year, is there a new offensive coordinator on the Lions?
Yes, I think so.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just,
and
he's got too much. Yes, he's got too much to do to keep this on his plate.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was pretty clear that in the final 8 games, once he took over play calling, there was a slip in the attention to detail, in the discipline, and frankly, as we saw yesterday late in that game, in the game management and clock management. I just don't know if Dan, for as emotionally sharp as he is, and even for as schematically sharp as he is able to compartmentalize all of that at once, calling the plays, keeping an eye on the clock, monitoring the game. It's a lot, and some guys are cut out for it and some aren't. And I think there were times this year that suggested he just isn't. I think he has to be honest with himself about that, and knowing him like we do, he will be.
And I think the guys that are cut out for it are usually guys that have been calling plays for years.
Right.
And I think this is something that,
like a Sean
started in 21, did really
Sean
well,
McVay.
and then picked up this year, and with an offensive line, it wasn't the same. But I just think those guys, it's kind of woven into what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think for Campbell, there's more things that he has to learn.
Okay. Is Kelvin Shepard back as defensive player?
Yes, I think he is.
I think he is too. And I think this was a kind of a stay or a push this year. Didn't really have a major improvement impact, but kept it together. He did for the first 9 games.
They came out of that Eagles game, and the narrative across this town was, are the Lions a team built on defense? Are they going to have to ride their defense down the stretch? And then it all crumbled as the secondary crumbled, especially once Brian Branch went down of the year. Injuries can't be an excuse when teams like the Niners are thriving without their best defensive players. But I thought Shep showed some things worth believing in the first half of the season. I think where Dan Campbell in some ways failed Kelvin Shepherd was not putting enough experience around him, defensive experience around him on the coaching staff. I think for a rookie defensive coordinator, he didn't have enough support system, enough resources that could guide him through his first year calling plays on the defensive side of the ball. And I think what team needs, Shepherd needs, Campbell needs is a really well-experienced senior defensive assistant to help Kelvin Shepherd next season. And I'll give you a name. Chuck Pagano, who is currently in that role with the Ravens, that exact title, senior defensive assistant. He actually coached Kelvin Shepherd when Shepherd played for the Colts. Maybe he's someone who'd be interested in reuniting with him and kind of playing a mentorship role and helping Shepherd grow into himself as a DC. I just think Shep needs someone who has seen everything in the NFL, who can challenge him in a given week on some of his assumptions, on some of his game plan thoughts so that Kelvin Shepherd is prepared on Sunday when the opposing OC or the opposing veteran quarterback figures things out to make adjustments.
And I do not get the impression, for those who are nervous or not, the Lions aren't standing pat. Right? It's not a tear down or a rebuild or anything like that. But to me, the way this season went, going 9-8, missing the playoffs, to me, the main thing that they extract from this season is clarity. I don't think there's any ambiguity that things have to change. You have to rebuild that offensive line, maybe have a different defensive philosophy. If so much of your strength comes from your offensive line, you protect Goff, the running game, that is where it has to start, I think. And I think they know it. I think the urgency will be cranked up. Well, Brad Holmes talks on Thursday. I don't think he's just going to brush off. We got, all right, we're good. Our team is good. I don't think that's going to be the attitude going forward. They do have some great core pieces, no doubt. But I think it's time to ramp it up.
Can I ask you guys a big question?
No.
Entering next season, or should I save it for the next segment?
Oh, no, go ahead. Launch it.
So this isn't a yes or no question like yours, and it's not quite as pressing as yours because it'll take an entire offseason to potentially solve this.
Yeah.
Who's playing center for the Lions in week 1 in 2026? To me, that is the biggest question of the offseason.
Not on the roster.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think, and I don't know that Linderbaum's getting out of Baltimore or anything like that. But I don't think he's on the roster right now. And I will share this. I had this conversation with TJ yesterday. I said, if you had to draft one and play right away, if Taylor retires at a left tackle or a center, which would you draft and play right away? And which would you find more important to go out and get a veteran? He said, draft the tackle, veteran center.
That makes sense. Totally. Right. Because that's the guy that has to be in tune with Jared Goff. You don't want a rookie there. And they, the 17th pick in the first round, I will not guarantee this, but I guarantee they're taking an offensive tackle.
Sure seems that way.
Wait, did I just guarantee it by accident?
Based on
Proctor
the
kid
mocks
from
that
Alabama. Proctor kid from Alabama?
Yeah.
Why not? Or whatever. I mean, I haven't done my scouting yet. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go grind some tape.
Yeah, exactly.
I just say this on the center conversation.
Needs another scout.
Do not bank on Tate Ratledge being this team's long-term center. Tate Ratledge is best suited, and the Lions are best suited with Tate Ratledge playing guard. He looks like he could be a Pro Bowl caliber guard as soon as next season. Leave him there and figure out our center with someone else.
What you don't need next year, Birchie, to your point, is a learning curve.
Right.
You need to hit the ground running. And the second question that I was going to ask after the OC question was, is the most important thing in your mind, as it is in my mind, to rebuild this offensive line? That's what this team is built for.
100%.
That doesn't mean you ignore the defense, but you have to rebuild this offensive line. And I'm not sitting here saying that it's got to be back to the best in the NFL, but I think you've got to get into the top half of the NFL to take advantage of this run game and give Jared what he needs to be,
no doubt,
as good as he can be, which is really, really good.
248-539-9797. We'll dive into Lions review next. 97.1.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Save over $200 when you book weekly stays with Verbo this winter. If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to catch up in a snowy cabin. Take a week-long vacation and save over $200. Book now at Verbo.com.
Some people follow the rules, but what's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the misfits, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the biggest rule breakers in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about the wildest moments, toughest lessons, and why breaking the rules might just be the key to success. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Dirty motherfucker.
drive. She can't fuck me up. You lucky I gave it to you. Stupid ass. You lucky I gave you that spot, cause I should have took it. I just want to pay attention. I got an order. Hey, Wop, did you get that order? Cause that's crazy, bro. I hope you got it. I hope you got it. You welcome. Treat this one. All right.
There you go. Open na sa video. The last one, I think something. And then they get the new one. Good seeing you. Have a good night. Look tomorrow. Did we get them? You got a step? Oh, yeah. Actually, that's it. You see a pretty decent story. Oh, yeah, we got to stay in the house. That's how it is right now. Like that. I don't have phone. Oh, don't worry.
When you come out on the sidewalk, but there are a lot of people over there. I don't want. Yeah, they were gone days ago.
I just opened it.
I think as far as you just want to work that body out.
day. Yeah. No, come on, I do it. I do it.
Huh?
Huh? What happened to the other time? Oh, they could just turn on my TV. Mama.
Oh, yeah. No.
What day would you want to leave? What day would you want to leave? Where to come to? I have one. Oh, sorry. Still, we can't do the 13th. In the way, right? She was in the way. Well, lạc nó bây giờ nó tổ bắn cái áo cảnh áo mình đang đứng chả áo No, I say onion. Same thing there. What is it from the fifth? What is it from the fifth to the 15th? Nie, boss, ja absolutnie pochodzi. To jest tylko...
Ehi, Luca, quando sono?
her when it comes to like
That's really
yeah.
Yeah. I thought he was. You know, actually, I think I might not have a picture because probably when I had the phone on the stove. It might be in my old. I was like, shit. Oh, shit. 3. About 3. Most of them is there. And then we're going to do the second one. This is the top one. This one did the 1. Okay, we'll just start up there. On the front. First 1. 2 is this one. 2. 3. 3. Okay.
Slayer. Water. You got the pop corners?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, that's the second one already.
Hold on a second. I forgot that your bud's right in there. Okay, brother. All yours, man. Yep. That's your receipt right there? Okay. They didn't even see that, man.
So one kind of talking about. I gotta look him up. Thank you. Second, yeah, they put that on like that movie or TV show you watch. Yeah, but when you watching like one of them Tyler Perry things and they're talking about the monster. So I'm just gonna fly there and we can leave. We can leave from there.
You saw it.
I'm gonna fly there and we can leave from there.
I think I like the first one though. I think it looks way better. Would you look at it?
Not yet. I'm gonna look at it when I get done loading the car.
Music 24 hours a day.
Decades 1079.
Thank you. All right, I booked them too.
say the 9th through the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
I should be there on the 8th.
Mm-hmm. He just got a knee in the balls. Yeah, right.
So what?
Can't say anything. He got knees on the ball. Well, Colonel can tell. Yeah, right.
We'll be all right.
He's putting him. What's that? No, I'm done. I gave you so many. I gave you like a 12 piece. Put them on that. Because I originally put 8 of them and then I put like 4 more in there. Because that was all I was left to pick. So, you talk to me about garbage or something for tomorrow sometime. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, $1,600. That's not bad in 5 days.
Is there something special that you want to see?
If I feel hit, you should have to take that off.
Let's go look at the Greek mythology.
Listen, I don't care about me. That's all about the with oil on it. Though. Is this the oil up there? A commercial because of the basketball game on balls. I never know commercial. Keep going. I don't know if I should play cheapest. That's how it when you play 2K. Are you gonna be playing 2K yet? Music recording. Just go through it. Who goes to it? He might be watching a game. Oh, he might be there. Yeah. That's the fourth quarter.
Houston's winning.
Yeah. Yes.
They talking about Michigan look like they going undefeated. Like the average margin of victory is like 60 points. What is you doing? Who you got? I mean, have you been keeping up with the playoff, college playoff? Money?
What football playoffs?
College football playoffs, not NFL.
I know you talking about college football playoffs. The NFL haven't started yet. I haven't watched since last week.
I was just gonna say, who you got for national championship?
Indiana.
Then they
Who
gonna
I go against Big Ten.
then they gonna win it all.
I mean, they haven't played well all year.
Who you think they gonna play? Miami.
Yeah.
You think Miami gonna beat Ole Miss?
Yeah.
I'm just glad Ole Miss beat Ohio. That's all I'm saying. I'm glad they beat
Miami beat Ohio.
Well, I'm glad Miami beat Ohio. Yeah.
I'm right, Favorite.
I'm glad Ole Miss beat Georgia. I should say. You know, it's people that's actually upset about that.
Why?
That Ohio State not went in it, and Alabama not in it, and Ole Miss not in it. I mean, Georgia not in it.
I mean, that's a trouble though. They'll be telling trouble. Oh, you don't hurt yourself, Arizona. But they playing like the Pistons on 4.
They were saying that too. They said
Start that way.
they were saying these Pistons playing like both of them, the bad boys and the going to work.
They for sure play like that's Spike Lee sitting there looking sad. They got Spike in Detroit. How about them Pistons? Spike looking sad on the sideline.
You know, Spike gonna travel with his team.
Oh man, he looking sad.
About 50 years old.
They've been talking about this game since last year. I mean, you know.
He about 100 years old.
Don't just Spike like that.
Yeah, Spike Lee old as all.
I mean, he ain't 100 years old. You something like that? I mean, probably in his 60s. Yeah, let's look. Let's see how Spike Lee is. I want to say he's in his 60s. I want to say he's probably about 60.
Spike Lee is.
No, he's 68.
I was finna say Spike Lee almost in his 70s.
Maybe 70 next year.
Hey, he 20 years older than me. Well, not 20. You know,
I mean, he is 20.
He's 22 years older than me.
No, he's not. He's 20 years old. He was born in 77. He was born in 57.
Yeah, he 20 years older than me. Damn.
That Bickerstaff. Archie didn't even. I just don't understand.
So true, funny how it seems, always in time, but never line for dreams. It's my total that says the world. But now I've come back again. I don't find it hard to write the next line. Oh, I want you to say. I know this much is true. With a thrill in my head and a bill on my tongue, there's another that just begun. Listening to my man that says the from my head. I'm on the phone. Take your seat down to write the next line. Oh,
I was talking
So I was talking to you when I left out and then switched to the car. They have 5 boxes of groceries to unload. I just lifted up. I just did water. Something.
You said you hate me. 'Cause you didn't tell me I had a unibrow. I plucked it. Maybe my eyebrows works. And my chin. My forehead.
You got the Anthony Davis going on over there?
You hate me. You just don't let me just keep walking around looking like a monster. You and your friends are just gonna talk about me. And you look at me do it. Oh. Yeah. I was just looking for the thing. Yeah, daddy came. Isn't it like she right there? Oh. Get out my car. Yeah, 'cause you've been partying all the time you've been off of school. Ain't taking no naps on time. Ain't going to take time so I get back in the habit. Your daddy picking you up tomorrow. Not from school. School. You know, Bell's house. Right there. Yeah, like ice cream cake something. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, so I don't know. If he'll call you and tell you tomorrow. Maybe he's talking to Mary about something for their birthday. I thought your sister's birthday. Yeah. Yeah. Really nice. Who did kitchen? I did the kitchen. Oh, I got you something. You wait it. And check it out and get something. You like Susan? Awesome. 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 Mm. You got hoodie. You got purse. You got two. Evening clothes. That's the big. That's the one thing you picked up. Probably don't need that. You need everything else. And check it out. Get something this. You told me you wanted vanilla. I got your wallet back. I was praying to Jesus that you got her back and work. You know, all your money in the deal. That Jesus is looking out. Stop ordering nothing. It should be here in a couple of days. I did order nothing. Because they canceled it. Well, girl called. And she said she was trying to find us. And she called the number on the back of the card to see if they could call us. But they didn't. And they wouldn't give her the information. But she wanted our phone number. They told her that they was gonna cancel it and just put it in the mail. I mean, at the bank. She dropped off at the bank. But then when she went back to work, she saw I had bought. And she was like, I said, don't do it, because I ain't want nobody to steal the money. And if I would have left it, it would have been stolen. Maybe she don't trust her coworkers. It's okay. Tried to find you on Facebook. She can find no picture to match your ID picture. You ain't got no picture on your Facebook. Is it? On Facebook? I looked on there in a long time. I look on your Facebook now. You ain't got no friends on Facebook except for me, so I'm probably one of those people you see. Who you see? Me in the mirror? Your grandma? She your friend? That's it. That's all you see. You ain't got a lot of people, do you? Oh, yeah. It used to be nothing. Like, I'm just that's about usually got on viewing channel. Yeah, you got 7 friends and 5 of them useless. You follow little Tracy, not regular Tracy. That's little Tracy, not big Tracy. And Ashley and Mir and your grandma and Miss Mary. And some random person, I don't know. Next time you get time alive. That's your friends who I don't know. Miss Mary tagged you in the picture. So grandma said happy birthday to you on Facebook.
Thank you.
I'll be on Facebook. She whips it on your wall. You put it on your wall. I didn't tell you. You want me to tell you? Let me tell you that I don't want people to be trying to love my kids' pages, so I'll tag my kids or and tag Shannon either. I might say happy birthday to y'all, but I won't tag y'all actual pages. Maybe because some creeps out here. Gotta be nice little creeps. Then you start the homework. And you gonna do the homework. If someone pops that 50K, you do that too. I put potato in your mouth. I tell you, that was cute. Let's sure that that's all. That was the picture you took out. Yeah. I know it's not. What's out of there? What's out of there? What? What's up? What's going on? You're saying to do? I want to do. You always come home and go to sleep. You can go at home, right? I'm sleepy. Let's go.
60. It's 52. 69. 52 minus 69. That's the ones we don't look at because they go with short miles. A lot of items with short miles. Give me 205. 2305. Come on, man.
Oh, baby, I think I want to marry you. I should take this.
gonna put me at 310. That'll put me at 310. I can double down, probably triple down. Take this one. Get back. It's only going 5.6 miles. Damn it. Study long, study long. So,
I'm just gonna buy you those hot dogs.
should have went the other way. Too much traffic. Eight, 13, 53, just went to 54. I'll take that 60. That's travel time. Try to squeeze 3 hours. Let the bats get by you. And greedy. I'm not going 30 now. Y'all get that. Oh man, 50 now. But oh shoot, 61. What? We're taking that. Man, y'all got 31 gallons of milk. Ah. Fuck you. They don't have no oat milk. They don't have no oat milk. So you're not gonna find that.